Hello and welcome to the Shamrock Bowl build-up show. So here I have Brendan Keller with the Cork Admirals and Hassan Jafar from Belfast Trojans. So Hassan, you had a fine drive this morning. How did that go?
Yeah, we set off at 8:45, so just a 5.5 journey up the road. But no, it was fine. A couple of stops. I've had my caffeine, so I'm excited for the game and looking forward to it. Absolutely.
Good to
Great
hear.
weather as well.
It is, yes. Hopefully it holds.
Yes.
And Brendan, you had far less of a journey than this morning.
I rolled out a bit 10 minutes ago, and I'm still here on time. So yeah, no, it's nice to come to one of these and not have to travel. So we were in Belfast last year, so it's nice to see the Belfast boys repaying the visit this year. So yeah, looking forward to it. Great venue, nice stand, beautiful field. Two great teams, so it should be a great game.
It should be a great game. And then can I get your predictions? Who do you think is going to shine out there today?
There's so much talent in both teams. We'll probably be talking about somebody unexpected after, somebody maybe who came through in a few plays. But I think if you look at the Rebels to start, obviously you got to take care of Ty. If you're planning against them, he's either going to throw the ball really well, and if you try and take away some of that stuff, he's going to run the ball well then on top of that. So, but then Dan Johnson in particular is after an unbelievable season. Phenomenal. He's 6'4", runs like a gazelle. He's going to take a lot of covering. And it looks like the weather is here today to throw the ball. So UCD have to focus on stopping him, getting his catches. I think if they do that, they'll be in the game. But then there's just talent all across that team, and no matter who they'll bring in, when they get their first four on the field, when they get Liam Jeter, Dave King, Greg Johnson, Dan Johnson on with Ty and Sean, they look really, really dangerous. They pose a lot of problems. It's very hard to take one thing away without really exposing yourself somewhere else. And there's nobody better in the game at the moment than Ty. Getting to the line quickly, seeing what you're doing with the line, that's where the weakness is. Checking into something, take advantage of that. So I'd expect him to see a lot of that from him today, looking in and taking advantage of what they're offering him pre-snap as well. On the UCD side then, it's that O-line and Sean McVeigh. They want to run the ball, they want to control the game by running the ball, they want to throw the ball and play action and take their shots. Aaron had a bad start to the season, I'd say, by his standards. He's after coming on really well in the end of the season. He obviously had a great game here a couple of weeks ago, throwing the ball. And look, when you have that kind of complement to the run game, then they get hard to stop as well. So I'm sure they'll both have things up their sleeves for today as well. This is their third meeting this year. They've already had two kind of close games. I'm sure the third one was going to be close as well. So, but on the UCD side, Sean's going to run the ball. They want Sean to run the ball. I'm pretty sure they'll get Brandon Atwell to run the ball as well in the second half of the game today as well. And and then on the outside, when they really want to pass the ball, Tom's the guy they're going to go to. I think they've got a couple of receivers. Keane is back a few games. He's played. Keane Lawler's played really well since he's come back. Pete Masterson is really, really quick, really dangerous. Can't let him get in behind you. But when they want to throw the ball's going to go to Tom. So they got to focus in on, on stopping him, running the ball with Sean. That's easier said than done. And then on the other side, it's in the passing game when they got to look to pass the ball. Tom's the guy they're going to try and get the ball to, definitely.
And do you agree with that analysis?
Yeah, well, I can't really add too much to what Brendan's analysis. He obviously knows the game far more than myself. But from my perspective as a lineman, I think it'll be whoever wins the trenches. And I do rate the UCD O-line very, very highly on both O-line and D-line. I think a couple of the matchups, particularly John McDonald against 64 Jordan Raheem for the Rebels, that's a matchup to watch, and how that plays out could determine if Aaron Rooney has time, if we can have space for Sean McVeigh to run through. And yeah, ultimately I think whoever wins the trenches will win the game. I think it will be tighter than people expect, and I think whichever QB has possession, the last possession of the game, will win. I think it will be that tight, and that'll be a classic as well.
Yeah, well, I'm going to push you then. Who do you see coming away with the Shamrock Bowl today?
I think Rebels will be the ones with the last possession, and I think Ty, after last year, after everything, they've had the chip on their shoulder, they want to prove it. They've averaged 50 points a game this season. You can't do that and not finish it at the bowl. So I suspect the Rebels will do it, but I think they'll be pushed to the very limit.
Yes. And what about you, Brendan? Who do you think is going to come away with the Shamrock Bowl?
I think it's really, really interesting. There's so many key matchups, and like we said, it'll be something like a Jordan Raheem coming through with a couple of sacks that'll be really key in figuring out the game today. But I think most importantly, I think it's UCD. We know what they want to do to get after the Rebels. They're going to come in, they're going to pressure Ty. If they're allowed to do that, and if they can do that and get him kind of banged up early, then they're going to have a lot more success in defence. And then running the ball, it's going to come down to how it's called a lot as well. Because UCD want to be really physical how they run the ball. The refs are going to draw a line, and UCD are going to go all the way to that line. And if that line is, not what they're used to, and they've got to reel it back a bit, they're going to have a bit of an adjustment period there. But if the line is what they've been kind of set at recently, then it's going to be very hard to stop UCD running the ball. But I still think, though, same as Hassan, I think Rebels have been on an absolute mission this year. I think, you're going to have to, it's going to take a special effort from UCD to beat Rebels today. I think Rebels will tip it by 6 points, 8 points, something like that. I think it'll be a score in it, but I think, I'm not counting UCD out at all, but I think Rebels will just have that last extra little bit, and maybe that motivation from last year is just that little bit extra that they need to get them across the line. I think it'll be very, very hard to stop them today, but anything could happen. Yeah.
Great, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and please enjoy the game.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, and welcome into MTU Stadium here for Shamrock Bowl 35. My name is Liam Ryan, and I'm joined by Kelly Dwyer. We're the commentary team here for a huge game in American Football Ireland. We see the Dublin Rebels undefeated season at stake here, and they're taking on University College Dublin in a rematch from last year's epic Shamrock Bowl up in King's Pan Stadium. The game is kicking off at 3 o'clock. I was waiting on the Rebels team to come out first, UCD coming in after. And the conditions here, Kelly, they're, I suppose, changeable.
Very changeable.
We've had rain, we've had sun, we've had a bit of wind.
All looking kind of looking to be a fairly mixed day throughout the day, but we should be okay.
Says you, Liam, you'll be happy as long as there's no thunderstorms.
Exactly. Well, I was coming down in the car, and there was a thunderstorm expected, or a potential thunderstorm, and the Division 1 Bowl last Sunday was delayed by about an hour and a half. So hopefully we won't get to that. So just to introduce the team, so the Dublin Rebels are coming out first, led by their standout QB, Ty Henry. He has an unprecedented 50 touchdowns this year so far. He is an American QB, has played in the States. Former roommate, believe it or not, of Austin Eckler, the Chargers running back.
This is right.
And Ty is the standout kind of offensive player, offense coordinator, and he's also going to feature at linebacker as well, we believe. One of the interesting stats, Kelly, that I heard, since leaving the States, he's played overseas for 12 seasons. And of that, he's played 11 championship games. So this guy has a serious track record of success. So other than that, then we have some really strong players. Obviously, we have Wello, the star running back. He's been a Rebel for a number of years. Been a previous Shamrock Bowl MVP, and is going to be a guy that features heavily. Conrad Cook and Kenny McCarthy, the two American linebackers, are going to pose a real threat to this UCD offense, and they have a number of sacks and touchdowns between them this year. So we're expecting a kind of a fairly explosive offensive game, I think, compared looking at last year, but with the conditions and with the what's at stake, I think it's going to be a big defensive play that changes the game here, really.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think it's worth mentioning as well, like the strength of the Rebels' history in AFI. This is their 10th Shamrock Bowl title that they are going for today. So just really standing on the shoulders of giants, this entire team, and they're very aware of that as well.
And UCD's first ever championship was last year, so they're trying to run it back, second year in a row. They've had a kind of a mixed season, so they went 5-3 in the regular season, losing to Cork and losing to the Rebels twice. One of which was a fairly significant defeat, and then the second game was a 25-24 nail biter. So hopefully we see something like that second game and see a real tight tussle here at the top. Just to kind of talk about the venue then. So we're in MTU Stadium. It's a beautiful pitch, lovely venue. Starting to fill up here. The crowd is starting to filter in, and it's the scene of a famous victory here against the Rebels in 2008. I can't go without mentioning 2008, the UL Vikings. The only time actually the Shamrock Bowl was played here previously, the UL Vikings beat the Rebels 14-12. So had to give a little shout out there to my lads back in the day. So the Rebels have experience down here, but a lot of that team is either now coaching or has moved on to other pastures. We're just waiting on the teams to come out, due out in the next couple of minutes. A couple of other kind of, I suppose, people to mention then about the Rebels. Pierre Courroux, he's played for the French national team, played GFL with the New Yorker Lions, and a real kind of strong DB in the backfield there.
Yeah, I think another player that would probably be featured is Dan Johnson, who is the brother of Greg Johnson. Greg Johnson, very well known. Dan kind of burst onto the scene, I think, most notably at the last Shamrock Bowl, but had joined just halfway through the last season. He saw that his brother was very good at the game and said, you know what, I'll give this a shot, and I think he will probably be someone to watch now in today's Shamrock Bowl.
So the teams are coming out here. I think the Rebels are coming out first. And a assorted press gathered here to capture that moment. There's always a bit of nerves about coming out the tunnel and getting the first hit. I think is always a big moment. You need to get the right start to the game and stuff like that. So Rebels, obviously, as you said, Kelly, are very experienced heads and have been to many Shamrock Bowls. That will stand to them. But I think the UCD team will also have that last year's experience under their belt. And here's the referees coming out. Yeah,
Whitecap is Jack Murphy. Fantastic Whitecap, I have to say. He's one of those that's very well regarded across the league, and you rarely hear any problems with any of Jack's crews. So hopefully that will be the same crack today.
Yeah, and that's such a big part of the sport, I suppose, is referees and amazing work done by them throughout the league to make sure all the games run smoothly and safely and efficiently. So fair play to them, and look forward to seeing the end result. And so UCD coming out here, students taking the pitch, and led out by number 1 Eddie Goggins Senior. A really interesting guy, but I think the standout player here for UCD has to be Aaron Mooney. He's the starting QB for UCD. He has had an amazing season, so 23 touchdowns across the year passing. And also, I suppose, standouts on offense would include Tom Donovan, former GFL Kiel Baltic Hurricanes player, as well as Sean McVeigh, number 22 at running back.
An interesting stat about Sean McVeigh is he finished last season with exactly 1,000 yards between his receiving and his running. So just thought that was a tidy little stat, exactly 1,000 on the season. And I mean, that's NFL type stat there, so fair play to him.
And particularly impressive when it's a 10-game season, 100%. So obviously head coach Larry Doyle, defense coordinator is Dara Farrell. An interesting kind of anecdote or an interesting piece of the kind of history between the two teams is that some of the coaching staff of UCD is ex-Rebels, actually set up by a former Rebel as well. So there's a lot of kind of cross-pollination between both teams. And now the Dublin Rebels due to come out here. The undefeated Dublin Rebels, so 9-0 on the season so far. And I think it's fair to say that they're the favourites for today.
Yes, I'd agree.
The regular season that they've put together this year has been incredibly impressive. And then last year, I suppose the kind of game plan from UCD really was, as we said, kind of tie is the focus. It's what you do to shut that down. They crowded the line of scrimmage, went one-on-one across the board basically, and packed the box. It'd be interesting to see if that's the tactic they approach this game with again.
Yeah, what's interesting is both these teams are so good at kind of pulling out like rabbits out of the hat on game day, and I think to everybody that strategy was a complete surprise. We'd never seen that from UCD before, so very interested to see if they go with that or if they have a different look for us in this bowl.
And the Rebels here putting a dramatic pause, waiting to come out, so they're letting UCD wait on the sideline here.
I think they might have said that the music wasn't too loud. That was their one condition, was that this year the entry music has to be loud. So I think they went back, told them to turn it up,
okay,
and
told them to turn it up.
and here they are now.
So Conrad Cook and Wello lead out the Rebels. My understanding is it's both of their last games. Two stalwarts of the Rebels team, Conrad and Wello, both former Shamrock Bowl MVPs. I've had the pleasure or the pain of going up against both of them throughout my career. and they'll be truly missed across the Rebels team. And then Paul Kirkwood leads out the rest of the Rebels here, and they look absolutely pumped for this game. Both teams bringing out big rosters, obviously huge numbers of players, and they'll use all those players across the day, trying to keep teams fresh and stuff like that. So one of the things we saw last year, Kelly, was UCD employed a tactic of basically 3 plays for the defensive line. They rep in 3 more guys. They rep in 3 more guys after that, and it just kind of fresh bodies basically, and going up against fresh guys.
And I think that was the brainchild of Dara Farrell there, who's their defensive coordinator, and he had said that he put that together, the personnel packages, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar.
So both teams kind of putting their final team talks together. All the preparations that they possibly could have made have been done. I know from speaking to UCD, they trained Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They've been getting the last everything together. I kind of listened to a couple of interviews with the Rebels players, and my impression is that from this game last year, they basically circled MTU Stadium on the 16th of July, and they figured that they'd be back, and they figured that UCD would be back. So they've really been prepping for UCD. They know that this is the kind of the gold standard of football in Ireland, and they're really putting their kind of prep together and ready to get going.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting thing that these teams have met 4 times in the last 2 years. So prior to that, we had our COVID break, and then since then they've met 4 times. The Rebels have beaten them 3 of those times, but the one time that UCD has won was the Shamrock Bowl. So
I'll take that. I'll take 3 losses in 1 Shamrock Bowl, please.
So, it's just the other thing I think that's really worth noting is that we're seeing almost like in UCD's journey to this bowl is a similar story to last year, where they're kind of starting the season a little bit slower than they'd like and really elevating it coming into this bowl. So, it's one of those. I know that I think the pundits are all backing the Rebels to win this one, but I think one thing we can all agree is that this is probably going to be a bit of a slobber knocker of a game.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, we're going to wait for captains here to get the coin toss and see who gets the chance to kick off or return. My take on this game is that it's going to be the Rebels in the driving seat. I think if UCD can kind of hold on until half time and then let their kind of up-tempo offense wear down the Rebels defense, they might have a chance. Interestingly, the UCD team, they welcome back Brendan Atwell at half-time, so one of the kind of top players in the country.
Big playmaker.
Brendan played for the University of Ohio. He has a suspension until half-time, so he's due back at half-time. I think if UCD are in the mix and have Brandon coming back, you're wondering about kind of what the kind of mindset for the Rebels is. I think if they're really far ahead at half-time and they can kind of put the boot down there, then maybe. But I think UCD kind of need to kind of grind and grind the Rebels' defense down in the first half, keep it tight, and then like we saw, I suppose, last year, it was kind of a younger team and slightly kind of higher tempo, higher fitness levels for UCD, and they kind of just took off and put a couple of extra vanity scores on the scoreline at the end of the game. So, yeah, I mean that's kind of what my read is, but as I say, on any given Sunday.
Exactly.
So President Aidan Maguire out to perform the coin toss, the busiest man in football.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh, people do not realise the work that this man does. It's absolutely Trojan work, and I think he'll just be happy once we get the kick-off underway and he can just enjoy the game, and he has no more to organise then until the final whistle, of course.
Until the next flag football tournament or the international game.
Exactly.
I suppose just to touch on that while we wait for the coin toss, we've got a huge summer of football coming up. I know this is kind of the centrepiece of the Cated game. From the 18th to the 20th of August, we have the European Flag Football Championships hosted in the University of Limerick. We have the international game between the Irish Wolfhounds and Turkey. That's down here again. What date is that again?
5th of August.
5th of August.
Yeah, and kick-off is 3 p.m, so same as today.
So same venue, same kick-off time, but it'll be the Irish Wolfhounds, the international team, against the Turkey international team in the European Championships. And then we also, I suppose, an amazing event is the Gift High School Games. So we got a Friday Night Lights in Dublin on the 26th of August, and then the 27th of August we have the Notre Dame Fighting Irish play Navy, which is going to be incredible. I don't know if you're at the last game, but that was just bucket list stuff. It was absolutely amazing. Okay, so the captains are coming into the huddle. So UCD led by Aaron Mooney, number 17, and the Dublin Rebels led by long-time veteran Steve Walsh, number 55. So Larry Doyle is number 45 there for UCD. He's also the head coach, so he's the left tackle and head coach, a very valuable man. So both teams basically go into this. The aim is obviously to win the coin toss and ideally defer, so you get to get the ball in the second half. But we'll see how this pans out. I'm sure there's a lot of tension there, a lot of nerves in this huddle.
I think it's worth also mentioning that our Shamrock Bowl is online this year, so we're going green. So if anybody wants to look at our Shamrock Bowl programme, it is available from the AFI socials to download.
So conditions again, windy, showery, it's dry and sunny at the moment, but it's due to change every couple of minutes. So, okay, so the Dublin Rebels opt to receive the ball. So UCD will kick off, and we're just picking ends here. Rebels due to receive. UCD to kick off. And we'll be underway here. Shamrock Bowl 35 in MTU Stadium in just a minute or two. I'm excited, Kelly.
I'm really
It's
excited. I know, yeah. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, I have to say.
I've been looking forward to this since last Shamrock Bowl. I was kind of like, to be honest, I thought Cork would make the step up this year. I kind of backed them, so I have to pass on apologies to UCD. I hadn't backed them at the start of the year. I know how hard it is to run it back to back. But in fairness, they've kind of peaked at the end of the season, similar to what they did last year. They've put in a huge shift of work, and they've kind of brought players back into the fold. And I know they had a couple of injuries at the start of the season and stuff like that. So they've really kind of upped their game towards the end of the year. Had a comprehensive win over Cork in the semi-finals. And then the Rebels obviously had a big win over the Belfast Trojans as well. So both teams, I suppose, undisputed top two teams in the country at the moment.
Absolutely.
And this is the exercise to find out who's number one.
Yeah.
And UCD's crowd kicking into gear here. We've got a bit good support. Yeah, I think both teams fairly well supported. We're on the side with the stand, so it looks like there's nobody here, but there's actually a good crowd. So everyone's sitting around us, so you can't see us, but the camera work is going out that side. Okay, so we're ready to kick off the first quarter here in MTU Stadium for Shamrock Bowl 35. I'm Liam Ryan, joined by Kelly Dwyer. Where your commentary team will take you through the game. There is a strong wind blowing from left to right here, so they're UCD kicking into the wind, so I expect this ball to fall short. And we have Dave King and Dan Johnson back to return for the Rebels. Ball's kicked deep. Dave King due to catch it. Good catch by King.
Here's
Johnson
the return.
with a block. Dave King breaks it. He's going down the sideline.
My God.
Dave King with a great run and tackled at the UCD 35-yard line, but I've seen a flag on the play. Great return there by Dave King. Amazing block there by Johnson to spring him, and he's after putting the Rebels into UCD territory straight off the bat. I do see a flag on the play though, so we'll see what that comes back to.
Dave King, back when he was playing flag during our COVID break, he was known as the Swiss knife there with the Rebels, because he seems to kind of does it all. He can run, he can catch, and he can return. So we're just seeing an example of that.
So that's holding on the Rebels, and it's going to come back another 10 yards. So from the spot of the foul, so Dave King's return unfortunately nullified by the penalty there. So we'll take over on the UCD the Rebels 22-yard line. So we got Ty Henry, QB extraordinaire in the backfield. and flanked by Dave King as a running back. Guys to look out for here are the Johnson brothers, Dan and Greg. Sean Leamy in motion at the H-back. That's a run play to King. King breaks it out the outside, breaks one tackle and tripped up by the shoestring tackle there for about a 5-yard gain. Tackle there by Dan Verzu, the UCD linebacker. Rebels, same formation, Dave King in the backfield. Ty looking at the defense and keeps the ball, runs a read option. Ty Henry running the ball, and he runs straight over a UCD defender for a Rebels first down. Good tackle there by Noah Young, the cornerback. But Ty's a load to bring down. He's a tough man to tackle. Yeah,
Ty does not slide as well. He does not slide.
So Ty plays both ways. He plays QB / running back when he runs like that. He also plays linebacker for the Rebels as well. So he's a physical runner, but that can wear down a QB. So me personally, I prefer my QBs to stay fresh if I can. He's pushing his receiver, so he's pushing Dan Johnson out wider. Wants to get a wider spacing here. Snap, hand off to King. And a great tackle there. Rory O'Dwyer came up from his safety position and made a great read and cut King off with for no gain.
Yeah, great
O'Dwyer
reaction.
previously with Trinity has come over to the Rebels, I think, or to UCD since over the last year. Keane Lawler here, Mark, is matched up with Dan Johnson. That's going to be a good matchup to watch. Keane Lawler for UCD, close cornerback.
Do we have a timeout there? Timeout UCD?
Timeout for the Dublin Rebels, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, I think the Dublin Rebels take a timeout. They weren't set. Ty wanted to have a quick chat with Sam Doran here on the sideline. I think he's a backup QB. They're just getting their calls in. Some guys to watch for the UCD defense then. So Brian Broderick, number 5 at linebacker. He's a standout player, and Dan Verzu, number 44. The two middle linebackers are two physical athletes. They're well able to move, but they're well able to hit as well.
Brian Broderick played the Shamrock Bowl last year with what would you call that on his hand? A cast on his hand. Yeah. He was very distinguishable then, but he seems to be in better health here today. Not that it stopped him, it didn't at all.
No, he had a great game, in fairness. He had a fantastic game, but he's one of those guys. He's just big and strong and long. He's kind of just a nuisance on defense. So he's a hard guy to get past.
And as well, Dara Farrell, he has such high standards for the people who play on his defence. He described a conversation that he had with Brian beforehand, where Brian was saying, I'm not sure how I'm feeling a little bit hesitant. And Dara said, well, if you're hesitant, you're no good to me. So he came back before the bowl. He said, you know what, I'm ready to go. And in that game, he went. So I think we can expect some good things from him today as well.
Okay, so after that little pause, we're back. 2nd down and 10. Ty Henry under centre. Rebels in a 4-wide spread. Henry kind of adjusting his lineups here. Going deep to Dan Johnson. Down the sideline. Keane Lawler in coverage, but I think that was a drop pass rather than coverage. But that deep ball to Dan and Greg Johnson is going to be the Rebels' kind of go-to. That's their bread and butter. They have that deep ball over the top to the two boys, and if they hit that, it's gone for a score. But it's a lower percentage play, I suppose, than a short pass or a run play. But when it works, it works well.
It's to the house, yeah. It's to the house. So just seemed to go through his hands on that one, which is uncharacteristic, I would say.
There's a heavy enough wind there. The ball's probably going to move in the air a little bit as well. So 3rd and 10 here, big play for the Rebels. Henry drops back. He's looking to the outside to Greg Johnson. Caught it. And caught for a first down, brings him up to the UCD 40-yard line. Great ball there. That's a tough pass to out to the sideline. It's a hard one to make, but Greg Johnson made it look easy. So we'll see that again. Ty drops back. Greg on a 10 and out. Gets to the first down marker and out of bounds. Great play by the Rebels. Ty under centre here again. We got a trips bunch on the close side. Ty on a rollout pass. Ty coming down, and he just throws the ball away. That was good play out of the UCD defense. Rory O'Dwyer coming up from his free safety spot and making sure that Ty couldn't break that. I think that was an option for Ty to run or pass, and the coverage down the field was good, and Rory O'Dwyer came and shut down the run option as well. So 2nd and 10. UCD kind of have that bend don't break approach. Last year they had a real kind of focus of absolutely packing the box. At the moment they're playing with 2 deep safeties and trying to take away that deep ball away from Ty as well. So timeout Rebels. So yeah, it's they've kind of come out with a not an unexpected formation, but I think they're trying to take away the deep ball, give them the short passes underneath, and maybe let the running game happen a little bit more freely. They've got the UCD have two deep safeties as well, so interesting chess game at the start of the game. I would have expected UCD to come out and blitz the hell out of Ty, but they're letting him kind of get time in the backfield and making the coverage at the back end count more so than heavy pressure at the front.
Is it worth commenting that they're using their time-ups pretty quick? I mean, that's 2 Dublin Rebels timeouts very, very, very quickly in the game.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably chatting through kind of. They maybe didn't expect UCD to come out in this way, and they're having a kind of a chat through the coaching options or something like that. I don't know. It is very unusual to take 2 timeouts in the first drive, but I suppose it's so important to get a good start that they just want to make sure they're doing it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2nd and 10. Ty drops back. Pressure up the middle for Zoo. Ty breaks it. Takes off.
My God.
First down. Oh, that was unlucky. Dan Verzoo came like a bullet out of a gun down the middle of the Rebels offense there. Ty steps out of the way, picks up a 15-yard gain on the ground for a Rebels first down.
Yeah, I think that's just an example where Ty has kind of overcome something just purely with his athleticism and his physicality there. So it just goes to show the type of athlete that you're playing when you're playing against Ty Henry.
Dude's a freak. Ty drops Sean Leamy up the middle. That's a big run. Big run up the middle by Sean Leamy. Kamal Kerpitz makes a tackle. Kamal and Paddy Sweeney. Paddy, one of the nicest men you'd ever meet. But an absolute giant of a man as well. So
I was going to say, depends where you meet him.
Yeah.
If
you meet him in the pub, fine.
Yeah.
Meet him in the defensive line.
Yeah,
then,
maybe not so nice
not
then.
ideal. But that Rebels O-line is going to have their hands full with the UCD line. You know, they're testing that inside run there, and they got absolutely nothing out of it. 2nd down. Henry drops back, pressure off the edge straight away. Makes a play with his feet again. Ball goes deep to Dan Johnson. Caught and tackled immediately by Keane Lawler. Dan Johnson with a great catch there for about 20-yard gain. That brings up 1st and goal for the Dublin Rebels.
That was an absolutely fabulous adjustment from Dan Johnson there on that, because that did not look like the type of pass that Ty wanted to release, but it's just an example of a wide receiver helping his QB out. So just fabulous. We're starting to see that chemistry between the two, and really good.
A great block off the edge there by the Rebels running back just to stop the sack as well.
Yeah.
So Ty just adjusting his lineup. William Jeter here at receiver. He's stacking with Dan Johnson. And that looks like a delay game. I think Ty probably took a little bit too much out of that in terms of the clock management. But yeah, that play just to step up, evade the pressure, and float a kind of a pass on the run to Dan Johnson. Kind of reminds you of like Pat Mahomes type stuff. Which,
absolutely.
Is a scary thought for anyone that's trying to defend him.
If you're watching that on Netflix, that quarterback, have you seen it? I've watched every episode now.
Very good. Yeah.
It's very that.
So Ty drops back. He's got time. Ball over the top to Jeter. Caught! Caught for Dublin Rebels. Touchdown! What a ball. Henry to Jeter. And that is caught for a touchdown. an 8-yard TD, and that starts the Dublin Rebels off in an amazing drive. They just were methodical working down the field there. Cian Lawler in coverage, and he was unlucky not to make a play, but I think the quality of the ball over the top from Ty, just there was only one guy catching that, and that was Jeter. So 6-0. Dublin Rebels go for 2. They don't kick. Sean Leamy in the backfield. He's moving around. Rebels in a 4-wide spread. Ty Henry drops back, looks to Dave King, and a pass is broken up there by Kieran O'Connell. I actually thought he was out sick or injured, but he's able to pull through and is starting cornerback over there. So that is 6-0 Dublin Rebels after what was a very, very impressive drive. I think they moved the ball on the ground and in the air. Ty obviously very, very impressive, but that ball over the top to Jeter. We see it here. So Dan Johnson ran kind of a drag, and then there was a corner over the top. Jeter in the corner of the end zone gets the feed inbounds and gets the touchdown on the board early for the Rebels.
Yeah, just how he created that space just in the last second was exactly what you want from your wide receiver just at that minute as well. So really, I think the chemistry between Ty and his wide receivers is something that's so evident to anybody that's sitting back and watching the games.
So after Rebels score, they're going to kick off now to UCD, and it's pressure on UCD to respond and build a drive to get a score back on the board here. So, well, like we saw last year, both teams just basically, it was just offense all day. Like, I don't think there was maybe one stop all game. So, UCD need to get a response and try and get back on the board. Crucially, what happened last year was the Rebels missed their 2-point conversions.
Yes.
And that actually was the difference at halftime, and it kind of put the Rebels under a bit of pressure. So those 2-point conversions are going to play a big part in the game if UCD can get a response here. So kicked off by the Rebels. They have a strong win with them, so I'm going to, it's a touchback. Touchback, so ball comes out to the 20-yard line. Back to return there where Cian Lawler and Pete the Heat Matterson. I've heard he's a very good cricket player, but also an absolute burner at wide receiver as well. So we'll see. So this UCD offense is really exciting to watch. They run kind of a no-huddle offense.
And have done for years. They're kind of the championing offense for the no-huddle here in Ireland, I think, anyway.
So you'll see on the far sideline Eddie Goggins, Mark Lawless and Andy Dennehy signaling in plays and calling different things as they read the Rebels defense here. So it's going to be interesting to watch. So let's see how the Rebels line up. They've got 4 down linemen. They've got Ty and Kenny McCarthy. They got 3 linebackers, and they're playing kind of a 2 safety deep as well. So fairly standard 4-3 to start with, and they may adjust off that. So Aaron Mooney at QB. Running back is Sean McVeigh, and the up back there is Tom Donovan. They're going to be the 3-star guys for UCD if they get a good drive here. Ball up the middle to McVeigh. And one of his trademark physical runs.
Yes.
He's a guy that just keeps the legs churning. He's always going to get yards after contact. So McVeigh, I think you said, Kelly, he had a 1,000-yard season in the year, exactly 1,000 yards, which is impressive. But he's a guy that he keeps the legs churning. He's a real physical back, but he's also, his fitness level is amazing. He's a guy that'll just keep going and get better throughout the game as well. So expect him to kind of put the hurt on some of these Rebels defenders and kind of get more yardage as the game goes on. McVeigh on a toss play forward.
Breaks the first tackle.
And that's eaten up by the Rebels defense. Gus Souza with a big tackle there. They have a little toss play to McVeigh, and he got a kind of an ankle level tackle by Gus Souza, and then wrapped up then by Ty Henry to finish it off. But that's a big loss for UCD. So it's about third and 12 for UCD. Big play here to convert. So Aaron Mooney Takes the snap. Fake to McVeigh. Ball goes out to Tom Donovan. Donovan up the sideline. Gets it up for first down and he gets out of bounds. Huge play by UCD. That's a play that got them massive traction in last year's bowl. Fake to McVeigh brings the defense in tight, and Donovan sneaks out the side and gets 12 yards for the first down.
Tom Donovan, of course, was the MVP in last year's Shamrock Bowl.
And just a nice guy to boot.
Just a very
God
nice
damn you,
guy.
Tom. Sean Douglas in motion. Ball goes to Sean McVeigh up the middle. Kenny McCarthy and Ty Henry shutting that down with fairly physical hits there in the middle.
I just think this battle between Kenny McCarthy, Ty Henry and Sean McVeigh is going to be one that's going to be so watchable for the day.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
It's just the clash of three titans there. So, yeah.
The number 7 here for UCD, Sean Douglas, is a guy who's played for, I'd say, every Dublin team in the league at this stage, but he's a really experienced guy. Dougie has kind of, he's got a knack of making plays, so you can see him, playing receiver, getting jet sweeps, feature in the backfield as well. So he's a really versatile player and a guy that will kind of make plays for them on the game.
I'm trying to think. I know that the first touchdown in the last Shamrock Bowl was a UCD one, but I'm wondering was it Sean Douglas's one? I think it might have even been.
And I was commentating at it, and I should know this, but I can't remember. And I edited the video for it as well, so I had to watch it about 10 times. Just to highlight as well, so the O-line obviously never gets any love, but Graham Jenkinson there at centre for UCD is a standout player. We got a...
Yes, he's previously with the Wexford Eagles, if I'm not wrong, and then with the South Dublin Panthers, and now over to UCD. And I believe he's a Wolfhound as well.
Yeah. I think the UCD have 13 Wolfhounds on either
Yes,
side,
yes.
so they've a great squad. There was a false start on UCD, so ball comes back 5 yards, so second and about 12. Okay, so Mooney drops back, surveys the field. Rebels just sent 4. Mooney steps up and throws a speculative pass, but knocked down by Kenny McCarthy and Jason Lolokitis. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that one. I'm just going to call him Jason. Jason at cornerback there for the Rebels makes a play in it as well. So Rebels kind of playing the same as UCD, a little bit more of a conservative game plan than last year's bowl. They're only sending four rushers and keeping 7 guys back to watch the pass. Again, pressure from Tom Cott. Tom Donovan breaks one tackle, breaks another tackle, great feet. Oh, great play. Great ball from Mooney. Tom Donovan breaks a couple of tackles and flag on the play as well. So we'll see that again. Tom Donovan on a 10 and out, catches the ball, breaks up the sideline and breaks a couple of tackles here. I think the flag may be for a late hit on the tackle as Tom went to the ground. But an amazing ball there from Mooney.
Great athleticism shown from Tom on that one. And Tom, of course, has previously played in the GFL. He was with the Kiel Baltic Hurricanes all through our COVID break. I think it was Dara Farrell as well who set up that connection.
Okay, I think that was a penalty on UCD after the play for comments to the referees. Just giving out for about the hit. I think it was a borderline one at the end there, but basically don't talk to the refs is the rule of the game.
Yeah, look, and I think it's one of those things. That's where the refs are going to draw the line. So I suppose good to draw it early,
exactly.
And hopefully we don't see any of those 15-yarders again.
Okay, so Mooney drops back again. Ball to McVeigh up the middle. McVeigh, and he's wrapped up there. Cody Miller playing a middle linebacker here for the Rebels. He's got some head of hair, in fairness. He's like Troy Polamalu going around there. But he's a big, strong guy. One of the Rebels tackle leaders so far in this game, anyway. Ty following Tom Donovan. Ball through the middle. Oh!
Ooh,
almost
Jesus.
bounced from Sean Douglas into Keane Lawler's hands, which would have been an amazing play, but just bounced incomplete there off Sean Douglas's outstretched hand. interesting matchup there on defense is Ty Henry following Tom Donovan basically man to man. So
yeah.
they're going to try and nullify Tom with Ty. UCD in a spread formation here. Sean McVeigh, the up back. Mooney drops back. He's got a receiver on a curl route, and that looks like a defensive pass interference by Jason. Cian Lawler there had an amazing bowl last year and a really strong season. He was a receiver for UCD, reached out to try and make the catch, and was played just before the ball got there. So defensive back can hit the guy, but the ball has to have touched the player first.
Yeah, I would say that would technically come as playing through the player. That's where that penalty would be assigned, let's say.
Yeah, so defensive pass interference. Well, first down UCD. Making a great drive here. Good response back after the Rebels score. Mooney drops back, looks to the swing pass, and just throws it incomplete, I think. Pressure there from Gus Souza up the middle. Number 50, he's a big physical defensive lineman. Put a bit of pressure on Mooney. He had to release it before he wanted to. UCD, I can never get over the tempo that they play at. Like,
yes.
It's just relentless. I think the word we used last year, but it's just like so fast. Ball to McVeigh. Great block from Donovan on the edge.
Oh, great.
McVeigh breaks it up the sideline.
Patience.
And goes out of bounds with a gain of about 6 or 7 yards.
Just how patient McVeigh was on that. He just really took his time. Kind of didn't take the first cut up the field and ran round his blocker and got another probably 5 or 6 yards out of that.
Yeah. And Tom, I know we always
Look
talk
at
about
this.
his plays in the pass game, but he just blocks so well on the edge as well. He's so big and strong. He just adds that extra edge. Ball to McVeigh up the middle again, and he looks like he's got enough for a first down. Pete Matterson in motion to try and kind of bit of deception for UCD, and ball just goes to McVeigh up the middle. UCD again keeping that tempo high. Mooney to McVeigh up the middle. He's got space. He's gone.
He's gone.
That's a touchdown, UCD. That's a big response. McVeigh with a great run up the middle there. That O-line is open in lanes early in the game. So that's 6-all. UCD have a chance here to respond. Going for the 2-point conversion. Jeez, I barely catch my breath. I don't know what the Rebels defense are doing. Mooney making an audible here, calling an audible on the play. Ball to McVeigh up the middle. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And he's in. So that's 8-6. UCD lead by 2 points. There's a familiar feel to that scoreline. So let's watch that again. Sean McVeigh. Hand off the middle. And big blocks there by the UCD O-line. And maybe a missed assignment. I think there was a little bit of confusion in the Rebels defense. They followed that motion across. And Sean McVeigh took full advantage for about a 20-yard touchdown. So we have a game. I mean, it was always going to be a game, but we have a game. Confirmed match. Sean McVeigh, dog.
Well, I think when the first touchdown comes on the first drive, you kind of wonder, are we about to see a blowout here? But when a team responds the way how UCD has, it's great. This is what we want.
Yeah, it always takes the pressure off an offense. Once you've actually got one score, you're like, okay, what we're doing works. We don't need to adjust off it. We don't need to move off it and stuff like that. So I think both teams will have had that confidence anyway, but it's always kind of good to have proof of concept and know what you're doing is going to be successful. So yeah, really now it's up to the defenses. They need to start making a play and making a stop. It's going to be that team that gets a stop, gets a turnover, gets a big play. That's going to be the difference, really, So UCD back to kick. We've got Dave King and Dan Johnson back to return. Ball goes to King again. I'd be kicking it away from him, but here we are. King on the return. Big block by Dan Johnson. And a huge tackle over the sideline there by UCD. Dave King brings them up to the Rebels' 35-yard line. Tackled by Eddie Goggins. Eddie Goggins Jr., sorry, there's two Eddie Gogginses. So Eddie Goggins Jr. plays linebacker. Eddie Goggins Sr., Susie's dad, is the backup QB. He's also a dentist and a stunt driver and played in the first four Shamrock Bowls, as far as I know, back in the day. So Shamrock Bowl 35 now, so he played 35 years ago in a Shamrock Bowl. So I don't even want to know what age the man is, but
he did indeed. Yeah, he played with the Dublin Celts, and he's a shoe-in for the AFI Hall of Fame as soon as he becomes re-eligible.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so Ty drops back. Big pressure off the edge there. And he just throws it up.
Oh.
That was big pressure by UCD. Sent an edge blitz. DB blitz off the edge and got pressure. Picked up by the Rebels running back, but Ty had to throw that under pressure, and the ball was up there for Kieran O'Connell to make a play, but just out of his outstretched hands. Austin Clem came off the edge there, so he was in nickelback and threw a blitz in at them unexpectedly and got the pressure on Ty. Great play by the UCD defense.
Great ground coverage, great reaction, great speed.
I think ball needs to be respotted. So, second down, 2nd and 10. UCD still in that kind of too deep shell. Corners giving him a bit of space, looking for that deep ball. Ty calling an audible. Big pressure by UCD, and that's sacked.
Massive pressure.
Big pressure there by UCD up the middle. See Callum Henry coming out of there. UCD sending 6 guys. Yeah. Just sending more guys they can block. It's always a good tactic. But if he gets the ball off, then you're in trouble. But yeah, we've seen a little bit. They're kind of mixing it up. I think last year they played one kind of real kind of game plan.
Yep.
But the UCD defense has kind of mixed it up. They're playing kind of coverage over the top, but then occasionally sending the blitz, which is working out well. Looks like they're going to send more. It's third and about 16. Ty Henry drops back, takes off running, pops a little pass forward to Dan King, tackles short. Dave King tackled on the UCD 42-yard line. It looks like it's going to be short to the first down. Brings up 4th down. Rebels don't normally punt, so we're going to see them stay on offense here, I think. So big 4th down here. Huge play for the UCD defense if they can get a stop. Ty Henry under pressure now to make a play. So this is pivotal moment in the first quarter here. Ty Henry drops back, and it looks like either encroachment or a false start, potentially, depending on how the Rebels read that one. But there was definitely movement in the middle of the line there. That's a basic mistake to make on such a pivotal play.
Yes.
Either way, it's going to be a first down or going to be coming back 5 yards for a false start. So it's going to be 4th and 9 for the Dublin Rebels. They keep the offense on the field, actually. No, they're coming to punt. So Dublin Rebels going to punt the ball away to UCD, and that's a big stop for the UCD defense.
Stop.
They sent a couple of big pressures on that and really kind of put Ty under serious kind of pressure on those blitz plays.
I think it's interesting to note that this isn't a position that the Rebels are like to be in. They don't usually trail. But it's not the first time that they've been in this position this season, because actually the Belfast Knights at one point went up 20-0 on the Dublin Rebels, which I think we were all a bit surprised by. So, it's not something that the Rebels will be worried about, I'd say, at this point. And they're well able to make any amount of points up. So this is not going to be something that they're going to worry about at this point.
Okay, so Dublin Rebels about to kick the ball. Keane Lawler's back to return here for UCD. He made a couple of massive plays in the Shamrock Bowl last year and on special teams with big returns. So Ball is kicked into a heavy wind. It's fairly short. Lawler picks it up, takes off, and is swarmed by the Rebels defense fairly quickly, but at least stop the ball rolling forward. And UCD take over on their 31-yard line, and a big stop there after what the Rebels, their first drive, they started really hot. Great for UCD to get that stop.
Yeah, as you said, I think the defensive stops are going to be probably incredibly important in this game with two offensive kind of titans coming against each other.
There was Lawler and 9 Rebels around him.
And I just love that he went for it as well.
Yeah, back
3
yourself.
more yards.
Back
Do you know what I mean? But I mean, it's the bowl. You take them where you can get them.
Yeah.
And it's just maybe a hallmark of the UCD aggression when they play in bowls. So, just an example of it.
Okay, so McVeigh up the middle again on first down.
And we have a flag.
Yeah, about a 5-yard gain, but flag on the play. Came from the far sideline, so it's usually going to be holding on that, is my guess. So that's holding on UCD. On the defensive line there, we've got some real veteran players. So Evan Allen and Steve Walsh there playing on the Rebels defensive line. Evan has again, like Dougie, has worked his way around the different teams in American Football Ireland, and Steve Walsh has been playing with the Rebels since time immemorial. Basically, he's defense coordinator, but he's also defensive tackle there. So he's a guy that's hugely experienced and knows what he's doing. So holding on the UCD offense brings him back 10 yards. Ball goes to McVeigh, and he's tackled for very little gain.
Yeah, maybe a one or 2 yards.
So we're still here in the first quarter. UCD lead the Rebels 8-6. That 2-point conversion is currently the only difference between the teams. And we're looking at second and about 17. McVeigh still in the backfield beside Mooney. Mooney drops back for pass. Looks across. Great caught by Lawler. Great catch by Lawler. Gets about 20-yard gain. Picks up UCD first down. Gets them rolling. They're an offense that plays well with momentum.
Yes.
Like if they can get set and get quickly set here, they put pressure on teams. So the quicker they get set and the quicker they move down the field, the better they go. Great play from Lawler. McVeigh. Ooh. I got fooled by that fake.
I did
I thought
well.
McVeigh had the ball, but pass out to Sean Douglas. Picks up about 7 yards. UCD again with that relentless pace, going no huddle.
That was a great catch by Sean Douglas, I have to say, on that. He was taller than he was on that catch.
Yeah, he made every inch count there. So second and about 3 or 4 for UCD. McVeigh up the middle. Kick block by Tom Donovan. And he looks like he's got the first down. We're getting clouds here, clouds and wind picking up, so we could be seeing some rain pretty shortly.
I was just going to say, I'm not liking those clouds too much, and I'm sure neither offense is liking those clouds either.
So first and 10 UCD, they're keeping up that pace. Kept by Mooney, ball out to Tom Donovan. Donovan up the sideline. Absolutely trucks a Rebels defender and gets a first down. Jason Kolatikas on the far sideline is getting focused. That kind of flats play for Tom Donovan is it's one that's so hard to contain, because the guy that's supposed to cover him also has to play the run play. So if you fake to McVeigh, he has to respect that, and ball goes out to I'm getting a sneezing fit here mid play.
You're keeping us in suspense there, Liam. We're all just hanging on from what you're saying. But the other thing I think why it works so well is Tom Donovan is a guy who gets yards after catch, and even those last 2 yards were just so physical and really fought to get that first down. So, I mean, he's just a very powerful player with the ball in his hands.
So that's the end of the first quarter. Game is 8-6 for UCD. They're driving here, long drive of about 60 yards so far. They're in control and moving down the field here. Teams take a quick break to get water on board, and we'll get going in the second quarter very, very soon. For UCD to kind of stay in the game early and weather the storm of the Rebels coming at them.
Yes.
They've done that and more. I think they've been patient on offense, as you said. Kind of Sean McVeigh running the ball patiently and Tom kind of picking up yards after the catch, and then the defense is just they've kind of picked their moments to blitz and send pressure, and the rest of the time they're kind of waiting for Rebels to show what they're doing before making the play.
Yeah, and I agree with your pre-game analysis, where to a certain extent UCD are probably just looking forward to the second half, where they know they have some massive playmakers due to come on as well. So like that, they're doing more than holding on. They're a wee bit ahead. I know they'll be looking to get just a little bit more ahead, but definitely they know that their best is probably going to arrive in this second half.
Okay, so we're pretty much getting set here now for second quarter. UCD second down and 10 on the Rebels 20-yard line. They're driving to take a 2-score lead. Rebels look like they're packing the box a little bit more. Kenny McCarthy here on Sean Douglas, and he's got a guy over top of him. So if I'm a betting man, which I am, I'm going to say Kenny McCarthy blitzes off the edge here and puts pressure on Mooney quite quickly.
So this kind of
Douglas in motion. Ball kept out. Tom Donovan comes across. Donovan down the sideline.
He's in,
and that's a touchdown, UCD. That is a great play. Real good misdirection. Sean Douglas on the speed motion. Focus went to him, fake to McVeigh, and then the ball goes to Tom Donovan, and he scoots up the sideline for a 20-yard touchdown. That puts UCD up 14-6. 2-point conversion to come. He looks so effortless. Like, he makes things look easy. He just 20-yard touchdown against the Rebels defense. In you go.
Yeah, I know. And like you said, like Kenny McCarthy was looking very, very dangerous on that, and he's just, as a QB in the pocket, if Kenny McCarthy's looking me right in the eyes, I just don't know that I would keep the same composure that Aaron does.
But Aaron Mooney, in fairness to him, he seems to have chill. He's cool, calm, collected. Okay, on a 2-point conversion, looking at Tom again. Ball is battered away by the Rebels defense. Joseph Krause, I think, got the touch on the ball. Ball was going for Tom there for the 2-point conversion, but that was unsuccessful. So that is 14 to UCD. Dublin Rebels 6. So let's go back, look at that again. So Douglas in speed motion, fake to McVeigh. The Rebels went and bit on that, and Tom was in acres of space and scooted up the sideline for a 20-yard touchdown. That's just fantastic play design, to be honest, and execution.
I have to say, the effort even from Sean Douglas on that one, he was all the way at the far pylon and comes back to try and make a block to help his player out. So, I mean, that's one of the things we talk about, is the effort of everybody on the pitch that leads to those big plays.
So UCD kick off to the Rebels, taking a decent lead here. After a kind of a rocky start where they gave up a touchdown on the first drive, they've answered really strongly. And they're kicking off, Conor Hanrahan kicking off, and Dave King and Dan Johnson back to return, the two danger men.
Yeah, it really is a case of pick your poison when you're kicking. I mean, I don't think it's that they're deliberately kicking it to Dave King. I think it's that they're just trying to kick it away from Johnson.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. There's also the wind as well. He was on the side with the wind, so it is quite breezy, as we can see here, the ball getting blown over. It's tough conditions, so they're kind of executing at a high level, but it is in some fairly hard conditions as well. Hanrahan kicks off. Ball goes to Dan Johnson. Johnson reverses field, breaks one tackle, and snagged there by Sean Douglas around the 22-yard line for the Rebels. Douglas doing it all there. He's playing OD special teams. I do see a flag in the play back towards the kickoff, so I'm not sure what happened in the closer sideline here, but we'll get the call when we get it. So that UCD D-line, Conor Larkin, Camille, and Is that Paddy Sweeney? It is Paddy Sweeney. Oh no, John McDonald. Are they're deploying that kind of tactic of the three big bodies, keep them fresh for 3 plays, and then rotating them in. And I think that's been really, really effective. Those 3 down linemen have kind of kept pressure on the Rebels without having loads of bodies in there.
John McDonald, then, kind of widely regarded as one of the best linemen in the country. So it's just one of those. If he's anywhere close, you know what I mean. You just don't want to know about it.
So the flag on the kickoff was on the Rebels. So ball went back an extra 10 yards. Not sure what that was for, but I think unsportsmanlike conduct. So Ty takes over on the Rebels 20-yard line. He motions Dave King into the slot. Relaxed. Sean Leamy in the backfield. Rebels sending a house blitz, getting pressure.
Oh,
Henry breaks out. Henry breaks up the sideline. He's a tough man to tackle. And an absolutely unbelievable cut block there by Sean Leamy. Springs Ty Henry out of the backfield. The Rebels sent a 6-7 man blitz. Just shown it just before the snap, which gave Ty the kind of the cue for that. But if you see the block there from Sean Leamy, made an absolute clutch play, gave Ty some space, and he can just do damage, bringing the ball down the field about 20 yards, picking up a first down for the Rebels. Jonathan Carroll there at O-line, rookie guard, playing absolutely out of his skin. He's doing really, really well for an O-line. Oh! Dan Verzou getting some pressure there on Ty Henry. Henry got the ball away, caught by Greg Johnson, but Ty Henry slow to get up after that. That's a tough one to do. Get the ball and throw it and take the hits and just keep going. But Ty Henry is your man. Great catch there by Greg Johnson on the play.
Number 9 is either Austin Clem or 45 is Larry Doyle. I'd love to have credit for all this stuff, but I can't stand by here.
Okay. So Dan Verzou has actually come up to me and said, "I'm not Dan Verzou. He's not on the field." So 45 is Larry Doyle, and I've been crediting him on. I've been crediting Dan unnecessarily. So number 45 is Larry Doyle. Do apologies. Ball over the top, deep ball to Greg Johnson. Bobbled and dropped. Bobbled and dropped by Greg. Great play there by the Rebels offense. They have that deep ball is their kind of bread and butter. 2 drops now by the Johnson brothers, 1 deep to Dan and 1 deep to Greg. They could be the difference makers in terms of the game, but unlike them as well. They're guys that kind of usually catch those 50-50 balls. So Larry Doyle, not Dan Verzou, playing middle linebacker. He steps up.
I think it's worth crediting even the positioning of 47 from UCD on that last play. He was kind of sitting, looking back, looking to see anyone coming short, let's say, but that actually forced Ty then to have to do the pass over. It kind of took away that kind of sharp, direct pass. So those little things are just absolute game changers, small, little, tiny little things. So I think, overall, UCD as a defence is really showing some very good connectivity on those plays.
Yeah, and Kieran O'Connell, he's a veteran cornerback. He knows all the tricks in the book. That was an encroachment by the UCD defence, so the Rebels come forward 5 yards. So it's going to be 3rd down and about 2 yards. Big play. Rebels come out in their 4 wide spread. Sean Leamy in the backfield. We actually haven't seen Wello at all, which is surprising.
Yes.
I was expecting him to feature fairly heavily, but Sean Leamy seems to be taking the bulk of carries here for the Rebels in the first half. We're midway through the second quarter here. UCD come up and stack the box. Looks like pressure coming. Larry Doyle blitzes. Ball out. And
just a little high.
Outstretched hands of William Jeter just above him. Inaccurate pass there by Ty. Brings up 4th down. Rebels keep the offense on the field.
I think that's a play that they'd like to have back.
I think the wind is probably affecting some of the ball. It is definitely floating or fluttering a little bit more than a still day, but you got to just adjust to the conditions. You got to make do with what's in front of you. So it's 4th and 2.
They're going to go for
it. Again, another huge play here for the UCD defense and the Rebels offense. if they get a stop here, that's going to put a big gulf between the teams. Ty on a QB draw, gets first down, gets some more. Henry with the QB draw gets about 10 yards, and tackled by Brian Broderick brings up a Rebels first down. That's just a hard play to stop. I mean, you have Sean Leamy lead blocking, you have Ty running the ball.
Yeah, say no more type of a thing. I will say Ty looks a little bit slow to get up there, so that would be a concern.
He's definitely been taking a couple of hits, and he's playing both ways as well, so it's a tough one to play. And here comes the rain, I think. Ty drops back, looks at Dan Johnson, caught, and that is a Rebels touchdown! That is a 40-yard dart from Ty Henry. Hits Johnson in stride, brings the Rebels back to 12 with the 2-point conversion to come. That was just poetry in motion.
That was exactly
perfect
what they
place
needed.
ball.
Yeah.
Henry took a bit of a hit after the play as well, so I think a flag took a bit of contact. Yeah, flag is on the UCD defense, so that's a touchdown Rebels.
That's just exactly what the Rebels needed on this play.
So, big play here, 2-point conversion. That's what was really the difference last year, as I said, in the Shamrock Bowl. Rebels just could not convert those short yardage plays. I'm sure they've had plenty of time to prepare for these and have a plan ready for 2-point conversions. So, Rebels offense, Leamy in the backfield, Ty a QB, 4 wide spread, Johnson brothers on the outside, Jeter and King in the slot. Ball snap back, over the top. Dan Johnson caught, and that's converted. That's a great drive out of the Rebels to respond. They've come back the field, tied the game at 14-all, and huge drive there from the Dublin Rebels. They were under a bit of pressure to perform. Ty just hit the deep post play for a 40-yard touchdown. It's just as easy as that.
Yeah.
So let's look at it here again. So Dan Johnson on the outside, on the perimeter, catches the ball in stride and beats Cian Lawler to the end zone in a foot race, and has capped what's been an incredibly impressive season for him. So Dan has 36 receptions for 655 yards and 7 touchdowns coming into the game. So he's obviously going to be the danger man, and that's obviously him and his brother also has an incredibly impressive stat line. But those two, Dan and Greg Johnson, they're the guys that UCD need to kind of contain and control in the pass game. But yeah, tight game here. Rebels kick off. We've got Cian Lawler and Pete Masterson back to return. I'm just going to call him Pete the Heat.
Pete the Heat,
Pete the Heat. Rebels kick off. Ball goes deep. Caught by Pete the Heat. He takes off. Hits a seam. And tackled by the Rebels. Tackled by Nicholas Gogarty around the UCD 25-yard line. He is fast. Hence the name. Okay, so UCD take over on offense. 14-all tight game. I think we kind of knew it was going to be like this. We knew it was going to be offensive.
Yes.
We knew it was going to be high scoring. I'd love to get a time check just to know what sort of time is left. But yeah, we'll have to see what's going on with the refs. We're probably midway through the second quarter, so a bit of time left. Mooney takes over on offense. UCD looking to the sideline for an audible. They see the Dublin Rebels defense and how they're set up, and then they get the calls in from there. So Goggins, Lawless making calls on the sideline. Ball goes back to Mooney. Quick screen play, and that's read really well by Jason. Great tackle there by the Rebels DB. Read that play, read the tunnel screen really well. Stepped up and made a tackle for a loss of about 2. It's one of those plays. It's kind of low risk, but if it doesn't work, you're losing yards. Like, you're not gaining any yards with a play like that. Mooney to McVeigh. McVeigh follows his blockers, gets the edge, cuts it up, and he's tackled just short of the first down marker. Great run by McVeigh. Evan Allen across there, the wily old veteran, getting him down just before the first down.
Again, you can watch McVeigh run all day. I mean, just the patience and the different kind of levels of pace that he's able to use throughout every single run is just like a ballerina, as they say, a ballerina on grass.
A ballerina on a very strict weight regime. Okay, so big third down here, 3rd and 1. Mooney under centre, ball goes to McVeigh out the middle. Again, patient running, and he carries bodies with him over the first down marker. Tackle there by Jason and Joseph Krause. UCD again, just relentless tempo. Ball out to Tom Donovan. Donovan steps out of bounds at about the 35-yard line for the Rebels. Brings UCD up into the Rebels half. They've hit that play like 6 times already.
It's working.
They need to kind of. I think they had Ty on Tom Donovan there for a while, but they've moved away from that. I think Ty is only playing one way now. Toss play to McVeigh. McVeigh watches his blocks, cuts it back, and making big yards.
Yeah.
Tommy Ogunmi on the tackle. McVeigh again with about a 7-yard gain, 2nd and 3. UCD seeing something on the sideline there. McCarthy looked like he was going to blitz. They look to the sideline, get the play calls in. This is such a dangerous way to play the game because you can see what the defense are going to do. Oh.
Bad snap.
Poor snap on the play, covered up by Sean McVeigh. But I was just saying, UCD, they let the Rebels kind of set their defense and then make a play call based on what they see, and it's just a really good way to be able to kind of take advantage of where there's space or where there's a weakness. Not that the Rebels defense has that much of a weakness, but you see where the grass is basically. But McVeigh did well there to cover up that botched fumble. That brings up 3rd and 7. Mooney drops back. Great protection. Caught by Pete Matterson. Driving his feet, but he looks like he's going to be stopped short of the first down. Good catch by Matterson, and it's going to bring up 4th and about 2. UCD, same as the Rebels, don't really opt for punts or field goals, so I'm expecting them to keep the offense on the field here. 4th and 1. Rebels D comes down into the box. Mooney under center, takes the snap. He's got Douglas on the slot. Caught, and it's going to depend on the spot. Looks like it's short to me, but it's going to depend on the spot here for the refs. Caught there by Conor Hanrahan on the flat, and I'd say that's going to go for a measure. Oh, it's first down, UCD.
That is a first down. Wow, a game of inches. That is a really, really important first down.
So that was a huge conversion. UCD driving here, trying to keep the momentum going. Again, it's kind of a little bit windy, a little bit rainy, so conditions are a bit mixed. Ball control at this stage is going to be key. They want to hold on to it. Don't cause a turnover, or don't give away a turnover. Essentially, Rebels obviously going to try and make a play on that ball. McVeigh in the backfield runs out to the flat. Mooney looking at him. He's going to go deep to the corner. Hanrahan, and great D there by the Rebels defense. Pierre Corajou makes a play on the ball over the deep corner. Stops Hanrahan making that catch. He would have been in for a touchdown if that was complete.
I think that was Tom Donovan.
No, number 8.
Number 6.
Hanrahan. Was it?
Was it?
Pierre's a guy who plays the French national team. He's played GFL. He's a real standout player. It's his first year with the Rebels, and a real kind of high performer addition to the team. Okay, 2nd and 10. UCD crowd getting loud. They probably shouldn't be because their team's on offense, but here we are. Mooney played to... But it was a fake to McVeigh. Mooney kept it, and it looks like a face mask on the tackle. Mooney kept the ball, ran up the A gap, and looks like a 15-yard personal foul if I'm guessing or betting.
And I'm wondering how far out are we, which would mean that it's going to be half the distance. Is this a half the distance type?
If it's outside 15, it goes in 15. Okay, so 1st and 10 UCD. Big drive here. Mooney to McVeigh. McVeigh up the middle. He's going to burst it again. Touchdown UCD. McVeigh, that man again, strikes. 2nd touchdown for McVeigh. Right up the guts of that Rebels defense for about a 15-yard touchdown. Just impressive blocking there by that UCD O-line. Graham Jenkinson, Camille, you know, they've just got big, strong men. Paddy Sweeney, your guard, was kind of the point of attack. That takes UCD up 20, Rebels 14, 2-point conversion to come. Mooney keeps the ball. He's going to run himself. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage and looks like he's stopped just short of a conversion. Yeah. Fake to McVeigh, and Mooney kept the ball. It looks like it was a run-pass option.
Yeah.
The good coverage on the perimeter there made Mooney keep the ball, tuck it and run, and stopped there by Pierre Corroux for no conversion. So that brings up UCD 20, Dublin Rebels 14.
Yeah. 20.
So let's have a look at that McVeigh run again.
UCD 20 and Sean McVeigh are responsible for 14 of those points.
Sweeney just turns his man inside out. McVeigh plows through the middle of the defense. Just really, really strong run there by the UCD running back. He's just, as you said, he's so patient. He kind of waits for the blocks to develop, and then when he sees a block or sees a gap, he just hits it hard. He's a load to tackle, and he's getting great yardage this first half anyway.
And actually what I find very interesting about him is not only does he take his time, hit the gap, then he almost takes his time again and waits for the next gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Second level gap to develop as well. Okay, so UCD due to kick off. Again, the two danger men in the backfield, Dave King and Dan Johnson. And we're getting towards the end of the second quarter here, so not too much time left for the Rebels to respond. They're going to have to manage the clock and try and make some plays. Deep kick goes to Dan Johnson. Johnson on the return, reverses field and beats a couple of defenders. Great feed out of Johnson there. Nearly got through. He could have got past the last man and he was gone, but really good tackle there by Thomas Fitzgerald. Johnson's feet are just incredible. He just sidestepped once and put 5 UCD defenders. Just that little move.
Yes. Because he did look to be swarmed there at first, you know. Exactly that, like you said, one little move and really he's just a very dangerous player.
We've apparently executed a uniform number change just in case. So 73 is now wearing 54. That's Pastor Thank you.
And that's a good tackle there. Brian Broderick shutting down Dave King for very little gain. Rebels keeping it up tempo here. I think they got a fairly short time to work this quarter, so they're going to try and keep it up tempo. Larry Doyle calling an audible here on the UCD defense. Their UCD DBs are giving them 10 yards of space. And Henry drops back, completes to the Jeter, who is wrapped up by Broderick really quickly and tackled there for almost no gain.
Fantastic coverage from Brian Broderick there. And
apologies, that was Noah Young, not Brian Broderick. So there's about 5 minutes left here in the second quarter. Rebels driving to get a response back after that amazing Sean McVeigh touchdown. 3rd and about 7. Ty Henry surveys the field, 4 wide spread. Sean Leamy in the backfield beside him. Henry drops back to pass, pressure from UCD. Ball over the top to Dave King. Caught, turns it up. Dave King is gone. That man has the speed to burn, and that is a Dublin Rebels touchdown. Dave King beats his man on the corner route, takes it up the sideline for a 70-yard touchdown that brings the Rebels back. Tied game. That was some ball. Henry, catch by Dave King, and he's just got speed to burn. Noah Young just left in no man's land once the catch was made. But great play there by Henry. Get the ball over the top. Let King use his speed and run in underneath it.
what's interesting is the story of Dave King throughout this game, and we've seen him return, we've seen him rush, and we've seen him receive as well. So again, he's well earned that nickname of being like a Swiss knife in American football.
Interestingly, the Rebels have opted to kick extra points here, so this is a turnover for the Bucks. It's not one I've seen. So Rebels obviously trying to get that 1 point lead if they can. High snap, ball goes to number 10, and he is wrapped up by Cian Lawler.
And we have a flag on the play, so we'll find out what that is for now.
So flag in the play. Flag is waved. Hey.
Flag is waved. I think that's a good call because we were wondering what that would have been for.
That's an incomplete pass or incomplete field goal. So the score stays at 20-20. So let's look at that Ty Henry pass again. Ball over the top on a corner route, caught by Dave King, and he was off to the races there for a 70-yard touchdown. Great play out of the Rebels to respond. So tied 20 all. We got about 4 minutes left here in the second quarter, and we've just got an absolute offensive shootout here going on, which is fantastic to watch.
Yeah. And the sun is out again, which is lovely.
Yeah, we're getting all the seasons, and all the offense, which is great. So Rebels to kick off. Lawler and I can't see his number. I think it's Pete the Heat still back there to return. I can't remember his actual name. Masterson, sorry. Pete Masterson. Let's give him his full name. So again, I think it's really going to come down to that defensive stop. You know, if we see a turnover, if we see a fumble or interception, that kind of play is really going to be the game changer. Both offenses are just so high powered that, you know, they're just going to continue to score until they get stopped by one of these defenses. Short enough kick, caught by Masterson. He takes off down the middle, breaks one tackle, and wrapped up there around the 35-yard line by Stephen Dowling. Good play on special teams, and UCD take over on the 35-yard line. Decent enough territory, and they've got enough time here to get a drive together. They got their timeouts, so I expect them to kind of take their usual offense. They don't need to start throwing Hail Marys or anything like that.
Yeah. It's cold even here.
Mooney to McVeigh. That's just a phrase I'm going to be saying for a while, I think. And good plays there by Kenny McCarthy. And Ty Henry's back in on D. Two Americans combining there for a tackle for no gain. McVeigh wrapped up pretty much as he got to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10, UCD. Tom Donovan in the slot here. Sean Douglas on the far side. Douglas in motion. And ball goes to McVeigh. We got a flag in the play. McVeigh again waiting, seeing his blocks. And tackle there by Ty Henry again. And he's limping off the field, which is not great for their offense.
No.
Alan Alberto in to replace him. I see a flag in the play as well, so looks like that's on UCD. So they're coming back. I think that was holding on the. Oh, sorry, it was false start. False start UCD.
Yep.
So that brings up 2nd and 15.
I'm keeping my eye on Ty Henry here on
So
the sideline.
3 minutes left on the clock as well. We just got word. So 3 minutes left on the clock in the first half.
I was saying I'm keeping my eye on Ty Henry here on the sideline, and I'm personally nervous looking at him, looking a little bit shook.
Mooney drops back. Deep ball to Lawler. Caught by Lawler.
Oh,
beats one man. He's going down the sideline. Beats another tackle. Lawler going down the sideline. Oh, and just stopped. 1 yard short of the touchdown. That was an incredible play by Cian Lawler. Ball over the top there by Aaron Mooney. And Lawler shows the pace to beat the Rebels defence. And shoelace tackle there by Jason Kolitikas to stop the touchdown. But the UCD piling on the pressure here. That relentless pressure. They're running here. 1st and goal. Ball snap over the top. Picked up by McVeigh. Oh my goodness. McVeigh, that was an absolutely mad decision. But here we are. So snapped over the head of Mooney and picked up by McVeigh. There's a flag in the play, so we'll see where that comes back to. But that pass, let's have a look at that pass from Mooney to Lawler.
I think if you watch the DBs, there just seems to be a little bit of a confusion here as he goes from maybe one zone of coverage to the next.
Yeah, the safety kind of came down on the flats as well as the DB, so he was running kind of free. Great spot by Mooney to see it happen.
Absolutely.
And Lawler just had the athleticism to beat a couple of guys, bring it down to the Rebels goal line. But there was flag in the play, half the distance to the goal, and repeat 1st down. So UCD here looking to I would assume Sean McVeigh up the middle, given what's happened so far. But they're 1 yard out, 2 yards out, and 1st down. So UCD here driving. McVeigh up the middle and bounces it out, and that man is in again. Yeah. Touchdown UCD! He's just having a game and a half. So that brings UCD to 26, Dublin Rebels 20. And that Rebels defense is starting to look gassed already.
McVeigh's total points today at 20.
Yeah. He's a dog. McDonovan in motion. UCD going for that 2-point conversion. Ball goes to McVeigh. Donovan lead blocking. McVeigh spin move. Ball comes out and it's tackled for no result. So incomplete 2-point conversion and not returned either. Jason Kolitikas had the turnover and was running it back, but tackled for no gain. So score sits 26-20. UCD in this ding-dong Titanic battle of offenses. UCD have the edge at the moment. The Rebels do have time, so they've got about just over 2 minutes. So they hasn't had the 2-minute warning yet, or was just sorry. Oh, they got that, did they? Did they award it? Oh, sorry. Apologies. Are you sure? the scoreline or the scoreboard there doesn't have it. Can you check that? This is not on.
Maybe.
Who's doing the scoreboard? Okay. So it's 28-20. That's 2-point conversion was actually signalled good. Ask whoever's doing the scoreboard. I don't know.
They're in there, in that room.
So apologies, there was a bit of confusion. The McVeigh reached across the goal line, broke the plane of the end zone with the ball, and that was awarded after a bit of a discussion between the referees. But yeah, conversion was good. That brings UCD to 28, Rebels 20. Rebels now have just over 2 minutes to respond in the first half. Plenty of time, as we saw with Ty. All he needs is about 30 seconds to throw the ball deep and get a score. So should be okay. Ball going to Dan Johnson on a kickoff. Johnson comes this side, beats one man. Oh, good tackle. Good play by UCD. Mick Ring making a physical play on the sideline, making his presence felt there.
Yeah, and I know the Rebels are kind of requesting maybe a penalty on that one, but it did look like his hands were around his chest and not the horse collars, I'd say they are suggesting.
I'd say he was kind of and the scoreboard at the far side has been corrected as well. So 28-20, Dublin Rebels driving. So Ty Henry obviously is still healthy. He's healthy enough to play offense. So he's back in a QB. Sean Leamy in the backfield. UCD now need to really just have that bend up but don't break type approach. Their safety's playing slightly off compared to previous drives, and giving the Rebels plenty of space to run into. Ball to the top, and big play there by Kieran O'Connell, or by Cian Lawler on Dan Johnson. Johnson jumped for the catch, got about 3 yards, but straight after the catch was shut down with a great tackle from Cian Lawler. That brings up 2nd and 7. So that's the 2-minute warning. So 2 minutes left in the first half. Two minutes left. Rebels down, 1 touchdown. This game is on a knife edge. Ty Henry leading the Rebels offense here in bad need of a score to bring the game in at parity at halftime. And of course, UCD have Brendan Atwell coming back in the second half, so a fresh body to throw into the mix as well. Right. Henry drops back, rolls left, looks across the middle, deep ball to Dan Johnson, caught. Great play again by the Rebels. Dan Johnson making big plays. Rory Dwyer there with coverage for UCD, makes a tackle after the catch. But after a 30-yard game by the Dublin Rebels, they're just so explosive on those deep balls. So clock continues to run. Ty making adjustments here, going no huddle. Greg Johnson here on the close side, getting a signal from Ty, looking over the top. Ty looks to him deep. Ball goes across. Kieran O'Connell with a great play on the ball. Kieran O'Connell breaks the pass up. I think he could have had an interception there, but we'll take the pass break up.
I think he was really just willing to take what he could get on that one.
He's just like, get the ball away from me, please.
Yeah.
Good play on D. Brings up a 2nd down, and you could see Ty was signaling to Greg there before the play and was looking deep to that 6'4" receiver. Big deep threat, looking to get the score on the board quite early.
Really impressive from Brian Broderick there. It's kind of the type of play that we come to expect from him.
Okay, so Ty under centre, 4 wide spread. Sean Leamy in the backfield. Ty drops back. Ball over the top, and that's incomplete. Dave King slightly over his head. Coverage there by Brian Broderick and Noah Young. UCD crowd getting into things here as well, so finding their voice. So 3rd and 10, big play here for Rebels offense. Rebels driving here to get the touchdown before the end of the half. That looks flagging the play. Looks like a false start. Sean Leamy looked like he moved slightly quickly.
Yeah.
And Paddy Sweeney seems to have lost his helmet mid play there. It's getting a little bit messy. After a slick start to the drive, they've had a couple of miscommunications.
It is just very interesting watching the UCD defence. It's something that other teams have said about this defence is they're very well repped. They all know exactly what they're supposed to do, and just before the snap, and I mean like 1 second before the snap, everybody changes what they're supposed to do with 1 or 2 words. It's just really, really fantastic to watch, and if you're an offence playing against it, very difficult to read. And I would say that Ty Henry as a quarterback, his reads are fantastic. It's probably one of his bigger strengths. As much as he is a fantastic athlete, he's very, very good at punishing teams for leaving things open. And UCD, we're still seeing Ty Henry do it anyway, but UCD are one of the better teams for just taking that away. I would say that if they're trying to do anything with this defence, it's actually take away maybe the reads that Ty Henry is able to make pre-snap.
And that looks like it's going to be given as encroachment on the UCD defence, so we're going to bring up 3rd and 5 once they get the spot right. We're having a little bit of a discussion here. Oh, Revs turned around. It's going to be a false start. He's just messing with me at this stage. He was turned that way.
It's because he heard you say it.
It's because I said it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
he's going the other way.
The last
Liam's
minute
wrong.
audible.
No matter what it is, Liam's wrong.
They said we're going to call encroachment. Last minute audible to a
false
false start.
So false start on the offense. So yeah, a little bit messy for the Rebels there towards the end of this drive. That's going to bring up 3rd and 15 on the UCD 29-yard line. So what do the Rebels have here in the bag of tricks? They've got about 40 seconds, I think, left in the half, and they're going to have to get a score here really to get in and feel like they've kind of put an exclamation point on this first half.
Yeah.
So Dan Johnson, Greg Johnson, Dave King and Jeter here in the receivers. Henry drops back, looks deep over the top, caught by Greg Johnson and wrapped up there by UCD on the 5-yard line. Big play over the top there.
Big play.
Greg Johnson, he's a huge defender. Just take a look at that again. Henry scans the defense, ball over the top, puts it up on the top shelf. Greg goes up and gets it. Good tackle by UCD to keep him out of the end zone.
Yeah.
But they're on the 5-yard line and driving. So Rebels here.
Just the range shown by the Johnson brothers in this game. They are so tall and they use every inch of the height that they have.
Henry drops back, rolls left, beats one guy, goes down the sideline and pushed out of bounds there by Larry Doyle. Gets about 3 yards on the play. That was a good play by the UCD defense. Kind of bend, don't break, cover the guy in the corner, and make sure that Ty can't run it in himself. So time is their best friend at this stage. So they've got 2nd and goal from the UCD 4-yard line, and it's really going to be a tough stop here for the Rebels. For the UCD, sorry. Rebels again in their 4-wide spread. Sean Leamy goes out of the backfield into an up back position. Henry takes a snap, runs a draw up the middle, and he pounds it into the end zone. He's ruled as short.
Slightly short.
And Rebels need to be conscious of the time now as well. I think the clock is going to be...
I was just going to say, everything about that play pre-snap looked like it was going to be a pass, but with Ty Henry there, you just you really can't rule out the run.
Yeah. And that's timeout Dublin Rebels as well. So they take a timeout, save the clock here, and they're on the basically the 1-inch line, and here comes the rain. So the ball's going to be slippy. I'm expecting QB sneak or something here. So pretty heavy rain here. Rebels going under centre by the looks of it.
I just have to say, my heart is in my mouth watching this.
Yeah, timeout anyway. So both teams kind of taking stock. This is going to be a pivotal play in the first half. They're both kind of figuring out what they need to do. So I think UCD took a timeout after the Rebels timeout on there. So this is basically going to be is it 3rd down? 3rd and 1. Okay, here we go. 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line. Rebels look like they're going QB sneak here. They're going to try and push Ty Henry into the end zone. Low man wins, and UCD D-line seems to have stopped that. Big play there from UCD D-line. Paddy Sweeney, I'm sure, was in there somewhere.
And we do have a flag
and
on the play.
that's just an
here.
arm wrestle and a half there on the 1-yard line. I saw a flag on the play.
Yeah, we do. It came from the angle that we're looking at here now, so not quite sure what that would have
It looked like
been.
to me assisting the runner, like they kind of just jumped in and pushed him from behind, but
Maybe
let's
that.
see what the call is on the play. It's all this is the real kind of nail biting stuff. Everyone's going to fight their corner, but I'm guessing that's coming back.
Oh, and we just,
I know
as
it's
you can
heavy,
see,
heavy
it
rain
started to kind of open up a little bit here, and we're getting a lot of rain that we probably don't want to have. Not at this point.
This will make it
in the
interesting.
game,
The ball will be slippy and flying around the place now. We'll see loads of
exactly.
fumbles and turnovers. Face mask on the
Face
defense. That brings up 1st down.
First down.
So half the distance to the goal and a 1st down. So that's going to be a tough one for the UCD to come up to come back from. Rebels now have 4 chances from the 6-inch line, basically, to put this ball in. So they're going QB sneak again. This has just turned into an arm wrestle, basically, and it's like an old-fashioned rugby maul.
I think the refs are
UCD
looking for the ball.
getting low. Rebels pushing in, and that's touchdown Rebels. It's been ruled touchdown. They've pushed it over the line. Ty Henry in what looked like a rugby maul, basically in tough rainy conditions, gets the touchdown for the Rebels, and we got UCD 28, Dublin Rebels 26. Big response there from the Rebels, like big drive. They had to get a score there really to keep it tight, and they managed to do it. Let's see how both teams adjust now in this heavy rain. Sean Leamy at running back here beside Ty. I'm expecting a run play. They're hardly going to pass in this heavy rain. Ty calling audibles to Greg Johnson. Maybe a ball over the top here to Greg. Ty drops back. Ball goes to his brother Dan on the far side, and that's incomplete. Looked like it slipped out of Ty Henry's hands.
Yeah,
And that makes the score 28-26. UCD edging the play by 2 points.
Yeah. I think it could have slipped, or it could have been a little miscommunication on the route, maybe. But still, not. I think the Rebels did well to answer there with a touchdown, and really, really important. And especially, I think what we saw last year in the last goal was UCD left the pitch at half time with a 2-score lead, whereas the Rebels, I think, they're in that frame of mind where they're just not going to let that happen again. You know what I mean? And they're really responding really well all throughout this game, I think.
I think the conditions now are going to change things, though. Like, both teams have kind of had that real explosive passing game on offense. If the rain kind of continues like this, it's going to be hard to pass the ball. You know, it's going to have to really kind of fall back in the run games.
Yeah.
And that means, you know, Sean McVeigh obviously is having a game, so maybe that favours UCD slightly. But, you know, the Rebels have had great running plays on Ty Henry, you know, on his shoulders, but also they've got Wello on the sideline there. He's fresh. He hasn't had a play yet, really. Sean Leamy, obviously starting running back, can run the ball as well. So it's going to change up the game a little bit, but let's see what happens. Kick off from the Rebels. Ball goes to Pete Matterson, and he's running it back here in the wet. Ball just springs out, and that's a turnover. I did call it.
God.
So ball squirts out in the rain. Big play there by the Rebels defense.
Massive.
Joseph Krause came up with the turnover. So Madison caught the ball here. Great catch. Starts running it back and just popped out. Joe Krause, lucky man there to catch the ball. But great play there by the Rebels DB. That looked like Murillo Padua, but I didn't catch the number. Murillo got a hand in on the ball, punched it out. but it's going to be like a bar of soap out there. Basically, it's really, really heavy rain here at the moment. So, flag in the play. So apologies, I actually missed the flag on that. There was an offside on the kick, so Dublin Rebels were in front of the kicker, so the ball goes back and it's a re-kick. So massive play, negated there by just a little bit of ill discipline. Apologies. We got a bit carried away with the turnover that we actually didn't look for flags.
I think the stadium got a bit carried away with it.
Thank you. So yeah, big play there by Joe Krause. Just kind of negated a little bit of that. Would have been a big momentum swing, but listen, they have a chance to go down and do it again. But the ball now is going to be the real kind of difficult thing to master. It's all going to be ball control, making sure that you're not turning it over in these difficult conditions. Has a feel of a thunderstorm as well, if I'm going to say it.
Does a little bit, yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned. Hope there's not a 2-hour delay like there was in the Division 1 Bowl. Ball kicked deep again. Going to Madison again. Caught again. Let's go round 2. He's got 2 hands on the ball this time. He's not taking any chances. And he runs into heavy Rebels contact. But he holds onto the ball this time. And the Rebels the UCD take over on the UCD 30-yard line. And that is halftime. Both teams getting into the relative sanctity of a dry dressing room. And we've got about 10 minutes for halftime. And we'll come back to you then. So that's been an incredibly entertaining first half of football here at Shamrock Bowl 35 from Munster Technological University Stadium. The score stands UCD 28, the Dublin Rebels 26, and the crowds are getting involved here. They're screaming their teams on and cheering on at what was a hugely entertaining first half of football. It's going to be, if the rain continues, Kelly, I think we're going to be in for a different game in the second half, but it's been a really, really entertaining first half. So, couple of interesting things, I suppose. The running game of UCD, you've seen Sean McVeigh. He's kind of been the dominant player. That kind of plays to the UCD strengths. Yeah. UCD, when they've scored, have done it on kind of the long passing plays to Dan and Greg Johnson, which is what they would expect. Will they be able to do that in these conditions? I don't know. But listen, here we are. We're also going to see Brandon Atwell back on UCD's side, so they've got a bit of momentum. They've got a 2-point lead, and it's going to be a great half of football. I need a drink.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are coming back here for the second half of Shamrock Bowl 35 here in MTU Stadium in the beautiful county of Cork.
County Cork.
So Dublin Rebels are just coming out here, getting warmed back up. The rain has dissipated slightly. It's kind of a bit of a drizzle now rather than the torrential downpour at the end of the first half. Waiting on UCD. They're still in the dressing rooms at the moment. They're due out in the next minute or two, and then we'll get underway. Score is 28 to UCD, 26 to the Dublin Rebels. It's been a really kind of offensive shootout here in the first half. I think the conditions with the slippery ball and stuff like that now are going to make it a little bit more defensive. We saw the fumble there on the kick return at the end of the first half. I'd expect a lot more of that. Ball security and turnovers and fumbles are going to play a big part in the second half here. And just as I said, that was a drizzle. It's come back to a torrential downpour again, so the rain is coming back heavy. So it's definitely going to have an impact here on the second half. But you know what? Just going to make both of those defenses have to kind of gang up here and start getting the turnovers and getting stops. And here come the UCD students taking the field for the second half. I think the UCD crowd is edging it slightly in terms of support anyway, Kelly.
And very quickly here I have Mike from Pro Football Ireland. Just for your 2 words, Mike, what are you thinking about this game today?
How's it going? Great to be here. I have to say, it's been like this game last year was fantastic, but it feels like both teams have just taken it to the next level this year. It's been such a great first half, and excited to see what happens up next.
Okay, I'm going to push you now for a prediction. Who do you think is going to lift the Shamrock Bowl at the end of this?
I thought the Rebels would win it for the last week and a half. Something tells me UCD wins by 2 points at the end. There you go.
Thanks so much, Mike.
Okay, so you heard it here first. UCD by 2 points. Yeah, I mean they're a team that traditionally has a strong second half. Very high fitness levels. They train no huddle offense and no huddle defense all year, basically, because that's how they play. So they're used to kind of playing this up-tempo game. And obviously Atwell coming back in the second half, and their two point lead. It could be very hard to score points in this second half. So just having that 2 point lead might edge them as well. You know, you could have a 50-something point first half and a 0 point second half, given the weather. You know, so we'll see how it goes. I think both offenses do have the potential to score. I don't think the weather's going to take that much of a part.
And I got a request in on the socials to give a shout out to our chain crew, who are doing a fabulous job all day, I think we have to say.
Absolutely, and I think all the volunteers all across AFI. This an event of this size doesn't just kind of take off and start because of a couple of people. There's an army of people here in the background from the Cork Admirals, from AFI, from all the clubs across the divisions have sent down volunteers. So it takes a village, as they say. So, memory serves, the Rebels received the first kick-off, so they're going to kick off for the second half. I'm going to make a prediction here. We're going to see Wello and Sean Leamy in the backfield, double running back, heavy set, and they're going to run the ball quite a bit.
I'm just surprised. The thing is I'm surprised that Wello hasn't been out already, and I'm just wondering, is he maybe holding some sort of injury that we don't know about? You know, if I was going to see Wello, I think I would have seen him in the first half, so I'm just not sure how much he's actually going to feature on the pitch today.
Have you got a prediction for the score at the end of the game here?
Ooh.
Put you under pressure, seeing as you put Michael under pressure.
I know, yeah. God, I'm trying to do some quick maths here. I don't think we're going to see 26, 28 points again in this second half. I'd say maybe, yeah, you have me under a bit of pressure. I think UCD will score 3 more times, and I think they'll get their 2 points as well. I think that the Rebels, I just don't think it's past the Rebels to come back from this. They kind of find themselves in a similar position as they did this time last year, only this time I think that they're ready for it. Do I think that UCD will pip them? I think it's very possible. I'm going to go with Rebels with 3 more touchdowns as well, but I don't think the Rebels will get their 2-point conversion.
So UCD by a whisker.
Yeah.
I do think that the Rebels, after losing last year's bowl, you kind of have to go through that adversity. They were quite a young team last year, obviously still young this year, but have that year of experience, have been in a tough situation and kind of know what it takes to bounce back and I don't think they're going to go away from the basic tenets that have got them this far. They're not going to change their game plan, but I think it's going to be a tough half of football. It's going to be defensive. It's going to be turnovers galore. I think UCD by whisker as well, to be honest.
Here's a prediction for you. I'm going to flip your prediction about 2 running backs and say that UCD will run with 2 and put Brandon Atwell in the backfield.
Okay, so the Dublin Rebels ready to kick off the second half of Shamrock Bowl 35 here in MTU Stadium. Your commentary team is Liam Ryan and Kelly Dwyer, and we are looking forward to this. We've got change of kick returner, so Brandon Atwell is back to return, and Pete Madison. So Brandon getting into the action real early.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous for Brandon's first hit, I'm not going to lie. Just maybe, they kicked it short.
So squib kick. Madison picks it up. Takes it up the middle, big block by Atwell. Madison takes it back to the 30-yard line. So, little squib kick there, trying to catch the UCD special teams out. Rebels trying to put a bit of a wrinkle there, cause a fumble or something like that. Madison dealt with it well and brings the ball back to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, I feel a little bit calmer now that Brandon has just gotten one little hit in. I just think that was a nice, disciplined hit, you know what I mean? Which is something that we see with players that have been serving a suspension, as they come on a bit too hot. And good discipline from Brandon on that one, and now I'm sure he feels like he's well and truly in the game. And
Atwell in at slot receiver here. Ball goes to McVeigh. Cuts up, sees a seam, and carries it for about a 3-yard gain. So your prediction is right, but Atwell's in the slot receiver rather than running back. So Lawler here, close side wide receiver. Tom Donovan, Brandon Atwell, and Pete Madison rounds out the UCD offense. So UCD driving here. I think they're going to keep it on the ground. Ball again to McVeigh. Breaks one tackle and carries the ball over the halfway line. Gets a first down for the UCD team. There's going to be a heavy dose of McVeigh here in this second half, I have a feeling. UCD keeping up this high-speed offense. Tom Donovan in at sniffer. Ball goes to McVeigh. Donovan lead blocks. McVeigh gets a little gap and gets a 5-yard gain. The sheer number of plays that they run, just because they have such a high tempo, they're just going to keep moving this ball. McVeigh again. He's going to need oxygen on the sideline, I think, after this play. And tackle for no gain there by Kenny McCarthy. McVeigh takes a breather.
That was a good prediction.
And Conor Hanrahan comes in. Conor Hanrahan comes into the backfield. Ball to Tom Donovan. Great pass by Mooney in the wet. Donovan up the sideline. And a really strong run there by Donovan after the catch. We've seen him hit that play 5 or 6 times this game, and every time he catches the ball, it's a first down. Basically, he just gets so many yards after the catch. Great play by Donovan, brings it up to the UCD 20-yard line. Sorry, 30-yard line. No, 20-yard line. I was right the first time. And Rory O'Dwyer there in the backfield this time.
We have a flag on the play.
Tom Donovan comes out of the game and Hanrahan in. It looks like a holding call on the play there. Ball comes back 10 yards and it's repeats first down. So 1st and 20 for UCD. Rory O'Dwyer in the backfield and Conor Hanrahan in at the tight end position. Hanrahan in motion. And the ball goes to O'Dwyer. Breaks one tackle and Kenny McCarthy wraps him up for a short gain.
And we have a flag, and it looks like
play.
Yeah, that looks like it was after. So maybe not a penalty from play, but maybe something that happened after the play was dead.
Say someone chatting,
I'd
having
say
a little talk,
little chat,
Yeah,
little chat.
UCD. That's another penalty. So coming back more yards. So UCD kind of shooting themselves in the foot a little bit here with the. No, waved was it?
Must be.
Flag was waved. So 2nd down and about 18. 2nd 18. UCD calling the play into the sideline here. Brandon Atwell here in the slot. Conor Hanrahan. Rory O'Dwyer beside Mooney. Sorry, McVeigh beside Mooney. McVeigh tackling the backfield by McCarthy. Huge play by the Rebels defence. Kenny McCarthy slicing through the UCD offensive line. Tackles McVeigh in the backfield for another loss. And that is 3rd and about 30 yards for UCD. So they're going backwards here towards the end of this drive. McCarthy's just so explosive.
He really is. He's one of those players that if you ask anyone from UCD, he's who they game plan against.
Yeah, you got a game plan for him. Mooney drops back, looks deep over the top. Ball goes to Madison.
Oh my goodness.
That was a big play. Cathal Keane tipped the ball, and Madison almost caught the ball on the ricochet on the ground, and unfortunately drops incomplete. And UCD looked like they're going to punt the ball. Even I wouldn't go for that on 4th down.
No.
So the Rebels, UCD punt team out. Tom Donovan, Mr. Do Everything, is not just the star wide receiver, he's also the punter. So he's going to ready to kick it into the corner here. Back to return is Michael Massery for the Rebels. Punt by Tom into the corner and goes out of bounds near the 10-yard line. Great kick by Tom, pinning the Rebels back inside just on the 5-yard line actually. So pins the Rebels back deep in their own territory. I think this second half, that territory game is going to be huge.
Yep.
You know, making sure that you're giving your defense real estate to kind of defend. So yeah, first punt of the game from either team. I think that's going to show the effect the conditions are having here. It's drying out a little bit. It's still drizzling, but it's not the torrential downpour that we had at the start. So I think that's going to have that effect.
Yeah.
Let's see what the Rebels do to adjust. So Rebels take over. 1st and 10 on their own 5-yard line. Ty Henry needs to be very aware that he's on his own end zone. Doesn't get tackled in the end zone for a safety. Also, UCD don't want to give up, big play here when they've got Rebels tied back in. So Brandon Atwell. Oh, sorry, that's not Brandon Atwell. That's number 5. Brian Broderick coming in with blitz on the edge. Atwell off the edge. Tackle.
Oh my gosh! Is that a safety?
That's marked on the 1-yard line. Marked down at the 1-yard line.
Very
Brandon
close.
Atwell come in on a defense, blitzes off the edge and takes down Ty Henry for a sack on the 1-yard line. He looked like he was unblocked there as well. Atwell number 2 off the edge.
Yeah, that just goes to show the power.
Yeah, just unblocked, straight into the backfield, made the tackle.
And we said We said that he would be a playmaker when he came on, and he's living up to that.
You should at least block him.
Yeah.
I mean, we can all be made
Probably
playmakers
should.
if we just.
Yeah. And actually, we're talking about Brandon Atwell and him being a fantastic athlete, but actually his wife Roberta was just selected for the national flag team this week. So
He drops back. Ball over the top to Dan Johnson. And good play there by Cian Lawler, UCD DB, making sure that Dan didn't make a deep catch on that. Ty's going to have to get the ball out early here. He's got pressure. He's getting the ball deep in his own end zone, so he's going to take one step basically and get the ball out.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking forward to that flag tournament. It's going to be amazing. In UL, 18th to the 20th of August. The Irish Wolfhounds men and women's flag teams. Looking forward to see new feature as well, Kelly.
Yes.
Gotta get the plug in there, So 3rd down and 15. Ty Henry deep in his own end zone. Badly needs a 1st down. Atwell blitzes off the edge. Henry deep ball to Johnson.
Oh my God!
Caught by Cian Lawler. Greg Johnson comes across to tackle. And amazing play by Lawler off the tip. Gets the turnover that UCD needed. And UCD winning that turnover battle here in the second half. Tip ball there. Tip ball by Rory Dwyer. Picked off by Cian Lawler. And a huge interception there for the UCD defence.
My goodness, the communication
Let's see
between
that
the
again.
two of those on that.
Great protection there by the Rebels.
Fantastic.
Good deep ball. Johnson just bobbled the catch, and Lawler was there to capitalise. Good tackle there by Dan Johnson to make sure that it wasn't a return. And we're here first and 10 for UCD. Mooney sets up. Ball to McVeigh. McVeigh finds a seam and gets 5 yards. And flag on the play. There was a little bit of as I would like to call it, a kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle, a few handbags.
Few handbags there. Graham Jenkinson and Gus De Souza after the play. Let's see how the refs call it, not the Rebels call it. But yeah, McVeigh 5 yards up the middle. With a flag on the play, so let's see what happens. Holding. Defense. Holding offense, sorry. Holding offense. Repeat 1st down, so it's going to be 1st and 20. UCD. Kind of ill discipline now is just starting to creep in. It's very, very hard to drive in these conditions when you're going 1st and 20. You need to kind of stay ahead of the chains. So it's kind of those kind of penalties that'll kill a drive. You're then 2nd and 15, 3rd and 10. It's just hard to get a drive when you're under the 8 ball like that. So let's see how they respond. McVeigh in the backfield. Mooney takes a snap. Mooney play action. He's looking deep to Lawler. Caught by Lawler. Amazing catch over the middle and a post play. Coverage there. Coverage by Joseph Krause, but not close enough. Caught by Lawler for a 25-yard gain. And 1st down on the 11-yard Rebels line. Lawler's having a game.
Yeah, he is. I'm not sure what happened on that play. I don't know if he got picked up a little injury or something, but he needed to be subbed out straight away.
Wrecked.
Yeah, he could just be tired, yeah.
McVeigh on a sweep left. Flag on a play again. I think Jenkinson might get flagged again. Yeah, Sean Douglas in for Cian Lawler on that. He's playing both ways, in fairness. Lawler playing offense and defense, so I'd say he just needs a break. So we have another flag on the play. Holding on the offense. So the ball's coming back another 10 yards. Again, UCD need to tighten up that discipline. They're making great plays, but just hurting their drives, I suppose. Okay. Mooney resets. In fairness to Aaron Mooney, he's got a short memory. He just keeps going, starts plugging that offense. Good run there by Rory O'Dwyer. He's playing free safety, and he's given Sean McVeigh some spells at running back as well. Picks up about 5 yards, brings up 2nd and 15.
Rory O'Dwyer, of course, is one third of the O'Dwyer brother trilogy, and I'd say his brother Connor is watching from Singapore at the minute.
And speaking of brothers, Dara Mooney, number 4, is in for UCD as well. So older brother of Aaron. So the two of them have hooked up for a couple of touchdowns as well this year. Two stalwarts of the UCD team. And Larry Doyle switches out of the game for Sean Douglas. UCD third and about 13. Those penalties are really hurting them though. They're starting having to kind of make explosive plays, and just it's hard to do all the time. O'Dwyer getting instructions from Mooney. Mooney looks deep to Tom Donovan. Looks at his reliable receiver, but he was in triple coverage. Big play there by Joseph Krause. Knocks the ball incomplete, and Donovan couldn't capitalise on the ball. Looks like the offense is staying in here. Offense stays in, so it's going to be fourth and about 14. Huge play here for the UCD offense. Mooney drops back. Great protection by the UCD O-line, and pressure there from Jordan Raheem. Forces the incomplete pass. Great play there by Jordan Raheem, making sure that the Aaron Mooney's under pressure, can't get the ball away cleanly. Tom Donovan was his target, but just couldn't get the ball away to him. So big stop there from the Rebels. Keeps the game that 2-point deficit, and gives Ty the ball back. At least he's not backed up in his end zone now. He's taken over here on about the 15-yard line.
I think we're almost seeing a complete flip, and it's become more of a defensive game than an offensive game in this second half.
I love that.
Yeah.
gotta see it all, you know. But yeah, the defenses are gonna play a big part. Kieran O'Connell here now on Greg Johnson. That's going to be an interesting matchup. I think if Henry can start to throw the ball deep and keep UCD respecting that deep ball, then that opens up the rest of their offense as well. Rebels defense there huddling on the sideline, having a chat, see what they're doing well, see what they need to do better. Raheem had a great pressure on that, and the Rebels defensive line is starting to get a bit of pressure on Mooney now as well. So refs just taking a bit of a pause, I think, just sorting out operations. UCD crowd getting into it as well here, making a bit of noise, putting a bit of pressure on Ty. So Rebels come out in a 4-wide spread. They're very, very wide splits here, so either a trick play or else they're trying to get the UCD defense out of the box, which is what they were doing. And a carry up the middle there by Sean Leamy for a gain of about 3 yards. Massive block there by Greg Johnson on the perimeter on Noah Young. He's just a big, strong dude. I said Sean McVay was a dog. Greg Johnson, dog. Brian Broderick blitzing off the edge here. Sean Leamy has his hands full. He's going to have a couple of blitzers by the looks of it, Austin Clem and Brian Broderick. There's an overload here, blitz coming from the right-hand side. Oh, Austin Clem backs out. Pressure backside from Brandon Atwell. Atwell gets the sack! And a huge play there by the UCD defense. Atwell and Broderick combining. Big hit there on Ty Henry. Henry under pressure. That's the kind of play that Atwell brings. He's a former Ohio State Bobcat and standout here on the UCD defense throughout the year. He's had a couple of big plays already. He's only here since the start of the third quarter, and has had a massive impact so far.
Yeah, what he brings to the UCD defense is just, he
Speed.
brings them to the show, basically.
It's just speed.
Yeah.
He's just like, I played against him. He's just so fast. Scary. So twins left for the Rebels. There's only one corner back here. If I'm Ty, I'm passing it to Dave King on the slant or on the screen. Ty going deep, goes over the top to Johnson. Kieran O'Connell, great pass break up. O'Connell running stride for stride with Johnson, gets the hands in and breaks the pass up. But to be fair to Ty, that deep ball is on. Like, I know we're talking about the conditions, but that was a 40-yard bomb right on the money to Greg Johnson.
It was. In fairness, though, I have to give credit to UCD DBs. They have been some of the best in the league for years and years and years. And again, they are the product of Dara Farrell, who is also our Wolfhounds DB coach. So, these guys, I think their coverage has been pretty good. It's just the elite level that the wide receivers and Ty Henry are at for the Rebels that keeps that deep ball open. But I think the DBs are in no way letting themselves down in this game at all.
So Brandon Atwell here back to return the punt. Rebels opting to punt here, backed up in their own end zone. It's going to be a hard snap and catch for the punter. Secure ball, kick down the field. Ball comes to Atwell and he chooses to leave it and just let it go dead there. Probably a solid decision. Rebels take over, or UCD take over on their own 35-yard line. Just for viewers as well, so thank you to anyone tuning in around the world. We've got great feedback there at halftime. We do not have access to a clock, so we don't know how much time is left. We'll aim to give you an estimation of how much time is left in each quarter, but it will be inaccurate. The refs have the exact time, so apologies about that. Next year, we're hoping we'll get to the stage where we have game clocks and play clocks and all sorts of clocks going on. But at the moment, we only have our fragile little minds estimating how much time is left in a quarter.
And I tell you what, that second quarter to me felt like it went on for half an hour. So if you'd asked me, I would have thought that.
I think this one's going to be quicker. There's more running, so we'll see. They're trying to burn the clock a little bit. Okay, UCD take over. 1st and 10. Tom Donovan in motion. Ball to McVeigh up the middle. Donovan lead blocks. McVeigh. Good run. And tackle there by Alan Alberto and for Kenny a gain McCarthy. Of about 4 yards.
And again, Kenny McCarthy was involved in that one as well, and he's just such a dominant defensive player there, and he kind of is always who they game plan for when they map out their run plays.
Blitz up the middle there by Alberto. Mooney dodges out of it, but gets covered up in the second round of pressure. Gus Souza gets in there and gets a sack. There's a big blitz up the middle there. Conrad Cook, Kenny McCarthy came down through the line of scrimmage and got pressure on. Looks like Kenny's got a bit of a knock, got a cut block on the blitz, and we'll see how he goes. But there's going to be break there for medical attention for Kenny.
And we do have a flag on the play. It came over from this sideline a little bit late, so I'm not sure what that was, but I'm sure we'll find out. I will say, just looking at the scores so far and just how this game has gone, is that I do think that the current conditions probably benefit UCD a little bit more. If we look at it, we have 3 rushing touchdowns from UCD and 1 rush from Ty Henry with the Rebels. So definitely probably favouring a little bit more UCD these conditions.
Kenny McCarthy comes out of the game there in fairly significant pain as well. So he's a fairly significant loss on defence. He's starting middle linebacker. Also, Gus De Souza, defensive end, comes out of the game. So 2 key defenders there for the Rebels on the sideline getting attention. And we'll see how that affects the Rebels D. We're currently fourth and around 9. And let's see, I think the UCD have kept the offense in. I see Mooney still on the field. And let's just wait until everything settles down. We just got delivered some coffee there by Mark Thompson, my offensive line coach. Much appreciated. Service with a smile.
I'm telling you, I feel like I'm back in the Vikings team here. Liam Ryan and Mark Thompson beside me. This is like, what? When did I join? 2014?
Throwback.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, as much as things change, everything stays the same.
That's it. So blocking it back on UCD. So ball is coming back about coming back 10 yards, so it's going to be about 2nd down and 20 yards. So repeat the down, but the ball is coming back 10. So UCD offense stays on the field. McCarthy's still out and Souza's still out here getting attention. So Rebels defense depleted a little bit, starting to take some. Whoa! Big play there, big play by Cathal Keane on the play. Cathal Keane makes a break up, and the Rebels probably over celebrated that. I think being a little bit overzealous, and got flagged on the celebration.
Cathal Keane, I think, has had a fantastic, even second half. He's really stepped it up in this second half. He's a wide receiver turned DB, and also on the Irish Wolfhounds at the minute as a DB. So he's one of the ones that came up from the youth team that were so heavily featured, let's say, last year in kind of our media outlets and stuff. The youth team that was going through COVID really came good for the Rebels. We saw it last year and we see it this year. Some other names from that youth team then include the likes of Dave King and Greg Johnson, some very big names in American Football Ireland now.
But Rebels giving up a very cheap first down there just by over celebrating a good play. They need to just let their play kind of speak for itself now at this stage, and kind of get the emotions back down under control and just play the game rather than the team in front of them. McVeigh with a run for 3 yards and takes 2nd and 7. UCD's relentless offense here, again in the pouring rain. Mooney keeps the ball, gets bottled up there by the Rebels defense, and Ty Henry and I don't know who that is. Is it 64? Jordan Raheem, sorry. Ty Henry and Jordan Raheem getting the pressure on Mooney. It looked like a read option. Mooney kept the ball and looked like a bad read. In that, you want to give the ball to McVeigh normally is the good option.
Yeah.
So third down and 8. Big play here for the UCD offense and Rebels D. Mooney drops back. Rebels crowd gets into it and an incomplete pass.
What looked like a bit of a miscommunication on that one from the UCD offense, and uncharacteristic miscommunication, I would say.
Yeah, it looked like Tom was running a different route. Ball incomplete, but you know what? I think this is just going to be the pattern of the game for the quarter. It's just going to be keep it tidy, keep the ball kind of moving on the ground, and punt the ball down and keep it out of your half. Basically, is the order of the quarter. Heavy rain is back here again, so Tom Donovan back to punt. And the refs are checking the spot. Yeah, ball's coming forward a couple of yards.
I just remember from last year's Shamrock Bowl, I'm getting flashbacks now of a fabulous punt that Tom Donovan had that brought it, I think, all the way back to the 1. So he's capable of doing something similar here.
Good punt by Tom. Oh, and a great bounce for UCD. Nassari tackle over the sideline. Mike Massari, good return on the punt. Ball took a favourable UCD bounce and so flagging the play there as well. There was a bit of a kind of a block backside, I think, and the refs just deciding what should happen here, and we'll communicate that ASAP. Oh, this coffee's amazing. Keep me lovely and warm. It's actually freezing. It's mid-July here in Cork, and my hands are like 2 ice blocks.
No, I'm appreciating it now as well, and we have a new lease of life now on the Coventry team as well.
Caffeinated, over-caffeinated.
By caffeine, yeah.
Rebels having a nice long, or I keep calling the refs Rebels. Yeah. Refs having a nice long discussion here. It looked like a personal foul after the flag, or after the tackle, but we shall see.
Yeah, either way, when we have these long conversations, it usually means that it could be one that has a big impact on the course of play, so just hopefully they get the right call at the end of it.
Personal foul on the Rebels. So, and a block below the waist by UCD. So that just cancels each other out.
They'll be
So
offsetting.
we're going to start from where the ball is after all that. So Rebels take over 1st and 10 around their own 20-yard line. And Wello is into the game.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
You
Let's
were
go.
correct.
So Wello's fresh. He's a multiple Shamrock Bowl MVP, and he's a tough guy to take down when he gets into a full head of steam. So I expect a fairly hefty run game to come here.
Yeah, likewise.
Sean Leamy is in a tight end, so they've gone to a slightly heavier formation. That's actually technically 2 running backs, so don't say I don't know anything about football. Ball to Wello. And a big tackle by UCD, reading that very, very well. Huge play there. Liam Butler and Pat Maloney. So Pat Maloney is a former D1 player as well. He is, where did he play? Pat Maloney. He played with Ball State University Cardinals and won a high state football championship in Illinois. So has a great pedigree there of football. Dan Johnson on the bubble screen. Great block out on the perimeter there by Dave King, and picks up about 4 yards. That's about all the passing game is going to be in this rain. I don't know if you can see it on the monitors, guys, but the rain is absolutely bucketing down again. So pretty miserable conditions here for the second half. And we've no clock. If someone could tell us how long is left at times, that'd be fantastic. Who's running this mess? So, Rebels 3rd down. Ty Henry. Dan Johnson in motion. Jet sweep. Johnson is balls out. And that's caught, fumbled, and picked up by Brandon Atwell. Huge play. UCD absolutely turned its screw here. Big turnover. Dan Johnson on the jet sweep. He cut back into the middle linebacker, and he got a rude awakening. I think that was Larry Doyle forced the fumble. Let's have a look at it back.
Look at this.
Dan on the jet sweep. Forced back inside. And Pat Maloney forced the fumble. Brandon Atwell with the recovery. So the two former Division 1 athletes combining to turn the ball over there for the UCD defense. So yeah, Pat played with Ball State and Brandon Atwell played with the University of Ohio. So great to see three Division 1 athletes on the field with including Ty. So, standard of play is really, really high. He says in a torrential downpour.
And again, like this rain, it just really feeds into the run game. And like you said, I mean, I think your predictions all day have been on point, Liam, because you said there'd be more fumbles, there'd be more turnovers, there'd be more balls coming out slimy. And then your prediction for the Wello to come into the game, which I wasn't agreeing with you, but there you go.
So UCD here now in a new formation. So they've got double tight end, they've got Tom at sniffer, and they've got Sean McVeigh at running back. So they're going kind of a heavier formation.
And we have a medic on the field, so it was his time.
The ball's about to be snapped and the medic just wanders onto the field.
It's a misdirection. It's part of the play.
Yeah, it's a fake ball play.
Yeah.
Fake medic play. But yeah, UCD interestingly have switched formation, so they've gone to double tight end with a sniffer. So they've got Larry Doyle and Brandon Atwell in a tight end, Tom and sniffer, and then they've got Keane Lawler out on the edge, or Pete Madison, sorry, on the edge. McVeigh, strong run. Yeah. He always falls forward. If you watch him when he gets tackled, he's a tall guy. He falls forward and gets another yard or two. But his fitness levels need work because he's after coming back out of the game. So Dwyer back in. Rory Dwyer in at running back. UCD staying with this double tight. Rebels have to pack the box now. Respect that run game. Tom in motion. Big blitz up the middle. O'Dwyer breaks one tackle, but he's got absolutely no space to go there. Gus DeSouza and Raheem Morris combining there to get the stop. It's turned into kind of a line up and beat each other up kind of a game here. So 7 men across the O-line for UCD, facing basically 9 men in the box, and 10 men in the box actually for the Rebels. So 3rd down and 7.
And it's looking like the weather is just about to clear.
And that's the end of the 3rd quarter.
Okay, I think we have a small announcement coming up. The president was over earlier, President Aidan Maguire, to say that they have a small announcement on the pitch for this change of quarters. I think to do with Tadhg Ledger's kicking.
So we're starting the 4th quarter here. This is the championship quarter. UCD have the ball. They have a 2-point lead, and it's going to be 3rd and about 7. And there's the sun. All of a sudden, rain has stopped and the sun has come back out. So here we go. We should hopefully get a bit of offense now again. That was a bit dreary there for a quarter. We were trying to get as much out of it, but yeah, hopefully now we see a bit more offense.
They're just trying to give something to everyone, to be honest. Something to everyone. If you like defense or you like offense, you know, there's something for everyone in this.
Okay.
The two lads are heading off to Division 1, 2 Irish lads to go to America to play Division 1 college football.
So just a quick recognition here of two players have got D1 scholarships to, Division 3 scholarships to play football in the NCAA next year. So Ross Bulger and so there's 2 of the men who basically have got D1 scholarships to play ball over in the States next year through leader kicking. Great achievement, and fantastic to see Irish players start to make a mark in the game in America as well. So back in the action, 3rd down, run by Rory O'Dwyer, stop for no gain. And looks like Tom Donovan is injured there, so big injury there for UCD if he's not able to get back into the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great to see a big shout out there to leader kicking, and great to see the Irish guys kind of making that impact. I saw some clips of Ross Bulger doing kicking camps over in the US. He was kicking kind of normal on his right foot off the ground, so kicking field goals and kicking punts. And then he turned around and did the same off his left. And the Americans' minds were blown. They were like, how are you doing that? It was crazy. So they were very, very impressed. Really made an impact, and hopefully will kind of just be the first of many guys to get experience in the States. So significant injury there for UCD. Tom Donovan limped over to the sideline. We'll keep track of that. We'll keep you updated and see if he gets back into the game, but doesn't look too comfortable over there. So Rebels UCD going for this on 4th down, 4th and 7. Mooney keeps the ball, looks over the top.
It's Brandon Atwell!
Atwell touchdown, UCD! Aaron Mooney has ice in his veins. That man is as cool as a breeze. Play action to McVeigh, sucked in the Rebels defense. Atwell over the top for a huge touchdown. That was clutch. That was baller. Aaron Mooney, dog.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think Aaron even saw him. I think Aaron just put it where he knew he was going to be, and just trusted him.
Put it over the top. So that's a big game, big score. So UCD go 34, Rebels 26. As always, UCD going for the 2-point conversion. Mooney takes a snap, keeps the ball, goes over the top. Ball goes to Lawler, but great defense there by Cathal Keane. Keane breaks the pass up and keeps the score within 1 touchdown. So 8 points the difference, no conversion. So we're going to watch that back again. Let's see Mooney with the play action to McVeigh. Ball over the top. And Atwell gets his feet around and beats Jason Kolatikas over the top. I'm just butchering that poor man's name. I do apologise. But UCD go up by 8 points, so 1 touchdown lead. And I think that's going to be significant. Rebels now under big pressure. Fourth quarter, need to get a score here.
Just to go back to that touchdown, I think one thing that we see from Brandon Atwell that he does so well is his tracking and his adjustment to the ball in the air, because he was actually turned the wrong way to where the ball came in, and was just so seamlessly able to get his body around to where it needed to be, and just kind of a very gentle catch then in the end.
But he's had some impact in the second half. Two sacks,
yeah.
Touchdown, recovered a fumble. So just huge impact there in the second half. So it just shows what player of his caliber can do in a game like this. So UCD to kick off. They got a 1 touchdown lead. Rebels to respond here. Dave King back to return, and Michael Massari.
I'm sorry.
Deep kick from UCD. Massari takes the ball. He's taking it back. Good block there on the front. Massari breaks the tackle and wrapped up.
Just short of the 30.
Wrapped up there by Austin Clem, and just short of the 30-yard line. So the weather's cleared up. Ty Henry has a clear bill of health. Sean Leamy back into the backfield, so Wello's out. I'd expect the Rebels to go back to their four wide spread and start throwing the ball deep, but we'll see how that plays against this UCD defense. I think a big shout out has to go to Keane Lawler and Kieran O'Connell as well, 2 corners. They've their hands full with the Johnson brothers, but they've kind of, the boys have made plays, but they haven't had a free rein throughout the game,
Yeah.
Okay, first down, Rebels. UCD back out, show coverage. Ball over the middle. Caught by Dave King. Breaks the tackle. He's got a lead blocker. King goes down the sideline. And Lawler catches him from behind. What a play by Dave King. 70-yard pass play. Brings it down to the UCD 5-yard line. Keane Lawler with great hustle to get back. Snag him from behind to stop the touchdown. What a great play there by Dave King. Bobbled the catch initially. Managed to get it under control. Get it under control and broke a tackle, and a big block out in front by William Jeter as well, so to spring the play for a longer run after the catch. So Ty firing back here. Rebels first and goal on the 5-yard line. Ty drops back under pressure from Brian Broderick. Ty,
oh my goodness!
Again, and UCD get the ball. Oh my God! What a hit! What a hit there by the UCD defense. That was huge. So I think the big play there by UCD. I think Brian Broderick did well to contain, and then a play by Pat Maloney forced the fumble, and a huge turnover there by the UCD defense. That was a massive hit.
Massive.
It's that ball control. Ball control is key. And I have to say, do you know what caused that? The big thing for that was Keane Lawler. Like the hustle to break your arse, come back, make the tackle.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
huge.
Absolutely. And that's it. We kind of commented on it earlier.
First down, UCD. Yeah, they've given that as a turnover.
Very good.
I don't understand what the Rebels are complaining about there, because the ball was clearly out. The Rebels were setting up for an offensive play, but I don't know. That was.
I think you try everything in this situation. You know what I mean? It's the bowl. You try everything. Yeah. But no, it's something that we commented on earlier in the stream, where just the absolute effort from DBs, wide receivers, and UCD, where they, the play is never over for them. They've been so well disciplined in that sense to keep. Yeah. I've seen players come down from, let's say, if they're deep, and deep wide receivers coming back to make blocks for the short receiver that catches the ball, and it makes a massive difference.
I see Wello going into the tunnel here, so he's probably out of the game.
I had a feeling that Wello wasn't right, and you know what? It's a big loss for the Rebels offense, because if we talk about Wello, he's led the league in rushing TDs in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2022 as well. So massive loss for the Rebels.
He's gone into the tunnel, so I don't think we're going to see him again. So UCD on offense here, 2nd and 6. McVeigh up the middle. Lead blocked there by Pat Maloney. Fumble on the play. Looks like the Rebels have got it back.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, looks like the Rebels have got that one. Kenny McCarthy looks like he's struggling. Looks like he's struggling, but he's getting through the plays. I'm not sure who came up with that ball. Cody Miller came up with the ball, I think. But a huge swing play there. Again, big hit by the Rebels defense.
I just think credit to the Rebels. They're not dropping the heads. They're so focused. I don't think if you ask them at any point they feel like they're not winning this game. You know what I mean?
And that was Conrad Cook on the forced fumble as well. So Conrad, an absolute veteran of the Rebels. He's been thereabouts in bowls and MVP in the bowls. So that's a huge play from him. Forced the fumble and then picked up by the Rebels defense. Rebels take over. 1st and goal on the 10-yard line. Big swing play there. As far as I know, this is Conrad's last game as well, so that's a big impact to have on the game. Ty drops back, pressured off the edge. Brian Broderick with a sack, and that's a big play.
Yeah, he just holds on to him.
Flag on the play. Broderick is just so long. He just gets his hands on the tackle. He can swim past him. Did really well there.
And that's exactly what you want to do with Ty Henry. You want to hit him early, and then you just want to hold. That first player just needs to hold him.
Flag in the play. Let's see what the call is.
I think what he was saying to himself as he was holding on to time was, help is coming. You know what I mean? Just hold on to him long enough, the help will come. Conrad Cook then as well, given that it is his last game probably in AFI, we want to give him the credit that he deserves, and he was of course the MVP of Shamrock Bowl 30 in 2016. Not sure what the call is on that. I think it's going to the Rebels. Just looking at the Rebels sideline, it's looking like they're happy with this call. So
yeah, penalty on UCD. Didn't see exactly what it was, but it's going to be Rebels 1st and 10 on the UCD 10-yard line. Dave King in the backfield. We switched up the wide receivers, so we've got Andre Barleva in at receiver as well. Ball goes to King up the middle. Big tackle there by UCD.
Massive.
Callum Henry in with the tackle. No gain.
Andre Barlafa then is the wide receivers coach for the Wolfhounds flag team. He's also was the head coach of the youth team, where we see a lot of the Rebels youth players that we referenced before coming into the team now in their 2nd year on the senior kitted team.
Timeout Rebels. They're just having a bit of a chat here to see what the approach is. Big play in the game. Rebels down 8 points. Need a touchdown here to tie it up. I think I needed tequila.
I think everybody needs a tequila after this.
Just settle the heart rate here a little bit.
You know what I mean? Take the edge off.
Okay, so we're about midway through the 4th quarter. UCD up by 8 points. Ty Henry's Dublin Rebels driving here to tie the game up. I think even if they do score, that 2-point conversion is going to be their Achilles heel a little bit. It's going to be a big play. If they do get a score, they're going to have to convert it as well. Okay, we're back underway. So I think maybe did Dan Johnson maybe get a knock or something like that, but he's out of the game. Jeter here in the slot. Sean Leamy in the backfield. I wouldn't be surprised he looks over the top here to Greg Johnson. He's going to Jeter. Ball over the top and good coverage there. A little bit overthrown from Ty.
A little bit.
And coverage by Rory O'Dwyer on the UCD side. That brings up third down. 3rd and 10.
I think on that Dan Johnson was a little bit slow to get up off the ground the time that the ball was turned over, and I took it that maybe he was just feeling deflated, but perhaps there was a small maybe injury on that as well.
Can't see him on the side. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, 3rd and 10. Rebels in a 4-wide spread. UCD looking like they're sending an edge blitz here from Brian Broderick. He checks out of it. Just UCD send 4. Ty steps up, throws the ball, speculatively over top, and picked off by UCD. Noah Young on the pick. There's a flag in the backfield. So interception there by Noah Young, but we're going to see what the flag was. Looks like it's back at roughing the passer kind of territory, but we'll see what the call is. So let's have a look at that again. Noah. So pressure here from Atwell on the side. Henry steps up, throws off a kind of a jumping ball, but he was off his center of gravity, and Noah Young makes a great play on the ball.
And this kind of Mahomes style type pass that has benefited him so much, just maybe isn't benefiting today.
It's risky. But yeah, let's see what the call is. I think it's going to be roughing the passer on UCD. Yeah. First down, Rebels. Oh. So UCD discipline again. That's been their kind of Achilles heel this second half, giving away penalties and keeping the Rebels in this game. I think if they'd cut out the penalties, they'd be probably a couple of scores ahead with the penalties on offense and defense.
Big play to call back and
personal foul.
Big
on
position
the
to put the Rebels into now.
Okay. So Rebels take over. First down on the UCD 5-yard line. Huge opportunity here for the Rebels to tie this game up.
And we're changing out a personnel package here. The defense is about to give a different look.
Ty Henry rolls out right, and Atwell from behind snags him for a loss.
So quick, so fast. I don't think Ty even saw him on that one.
No. That's the kind of play you need to, even though Atwell's on the far side of the field, you need to assign a body to him because he's just so fast to get there.
Yeah.
Second down and about 7.
I mean, with Atwell, it's not if he gets there, it's when he gets there. And if you could put one person in his way, it might give you 2 or 3 more seconds, you know.
Yeah. Pressure on Ty. He steps up, breaks one tackle, runs it in. Touchdown, Rebels! Henry flips out over his head on the touchdown. He's down, he's injured. Does not look
pretty.
too well there, buddy. What an athletic play there from Ty Henry. Athletic play from Ty Henry, jumping out over the tackle. Ty back up on his feet.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic touchdown, but very concerning landing.
Let's have a look at that again. Ty looks at pressure, breaks one tackle, and he jumps and does a kind of a backflip into the end zone. Cian Lawler and Brian Broderick combine to make a tackle, but he gets the touchdown on that.
Yeah, and
huge
this
play out of Ty.
Really will be the refs' call now on whether Ty will be let into this final play this 2-point conversion, because the refs do have the option of requesting that he sit out of play after a land like that if they've any type of concern regarding concussion. they won't mess around with it, and they will err on the side of caution, even if it is a bowl, because player welfare comes first, obviously.
So yeah, Rebels up to 32, UCD 34, and 2-point conversion to come. Discussion here just about around whether Ty has to take a play out. I'd assume he does after that that contact to the head, just to be checked out by the medics.
Yeah, and that looks like exactly what they're doing. He's walking over to the sideline.
Backup QB.
Backup QB.
Sam Doran is in.
Is it? Yeah, could be Greg Johnson,
so
or no,
Sam Doran. Get his chance to shine, tie up the championship game.
This could be it, yeah. He's trained
Ty mightn't get back in. You never know.
Well, this is it. And Sam Doran, then, he's played for 6 seasons, 4 as quarterback of the Wexford Eagles. So he's not a rookie QB coming in here. He has the experience. So let's see if he can get it done. Big claps coming for Ty Henry here, and rightly so.
So Ty just getting checked out here by the medics, and this is going to be a huge play. So midway through or quarter way through, I don't know how far we are through the fourth quarter, to be honest, but this is going to be a big play. Doran with the snap, ball goes to fumbles. Ball goes to Dave King, but tackled by Brandon Atwell. 2-point conversion is no good. So the score stays UCD 34, Dublin Rebels 32. So Ty obviously is going to be a big loss if he's out injured. But let's see. I think he walked off under his own steam there.
He
looked fairly healthy, so I think he'll be back. But it's just taking a precaution to make sure he's all right. Okay, so UCD with a tight margin here, so 2-point lead at the moment. Rebels kicking off. So back to return. We've got Pete Madison and Sean Douglas by the looks of it. So UCD with a 2-point lead. Coming towards the end of this fourth quarter. UCD now need to keep the ball. I think what's killing them at the moment is penalties and turnovers. So they need to eat some of the clock here and work the ball down the field. Deep kick. Goes to Madison. Madison beats one. And a good tackle there.
Doesn't beat the third. And we've got a little bit of afters here on the pitch, but
tackle there by Vladimir Fedorov. Rookie DB. And the crowd starting to get into it here. Championship on the line. Aaron Mooney, ice in his veins, steps into QB for UCD, and he needs to drive them down the field here, take some time off the clock. If they get a score, great, but they need time off the clock more than anything. Brandon
really
Atwell in at running back.
I was going to say, he really is a cool cucumber, isn't he?
I don't think I've ever seen any emotion ever across his face, good or bad. He's like a robot. Brandon Atwell in at running back, that's going to be significant. Tom Donovan back into the game as well. That's a big boost for UCD. Atwell takes the ball, breaks a tackle, and falls forward for a gain of about 5 yards.
Great run.
UCD now need to take the tempo down. They normally play that really high tempo. They can still go no huddle, but let the clock run. Take some time off the clock.
Yep.
So gain of about 6. Second and 4. Atwell stays in at running back. Atwell takes the ball, and Jordan Rahim. Jordan Rahim with a big tackle here on Atwell. Loss of about 9 yards.
I will say
Lorraine is back.
He did well to kind of drop the hand on that, because he'd continued that tackle the way how it started. That was definitely going to be a flag. So good awareness from him about what he was doing.
It should still be a flag, to be honest. if you have any contact with the head, but here we are. It's, let's not ask for any more flags. So the rain is back as well, which is kind of interesting wrinkle to the end of the game. Atwell stays in at running back. 3rd and 14. Ball goes to Atwell. He cuts back, beats one tackler. Conrad Cook trying to make a play for the ball. Kenny McCarthy, Conrad Cook, and Jordan Rahim combine to take Atwell down for a gain of about 6. And that's probably going to bring up a punt from the UCD team, I would assume. Yeah, punt team comes out.
We had no punts in the first half. I think this is our third punt in the second half. So that'll tell you the different game that we're having from one half to the next.
So Masari back to return the kick. Tom Donovan to punt. Rebels crowd getting into it here as well. Putting a bit of pressure on Tom and the snapper. Rebels look like they're sending a house blitz here to block. And Tom gets the kick off. Punts it down the right sideline. And looks like it runs out of bounds just around the 25-yard line. Big kick out of Tom Donovan. Switches the field there. Puts the pressure on the Rebels. And Ty Henry comes back in under centre. So he's passed his fitness check. And is back in a QB for the Rebels. So Ty takes over. Rebels down 2 points. Rebels have the ball. Here's the opportunity to win the game. We will get a time check. If somebody could let us know the time on the sideline, that would be fantastic. But we'll let you know as soon as we get it. No. There's more than 2 minutes. Not sure what's happening here, guys, but the refs are having a bit of a chat with each other. One's just ran down the tunnel.
Yeah.
Bit of an unusual one.
And he's
maybe needs a bathroom break.
Back now. Yeah. I know, yeah. Do you know?
It's not a bathroom break.
No, it's
Don't worry.
not.
Just, hey, guys, stop a minute.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I need to go.
I'm not sure what that was, but seems to be resolved.
Yes.
Oh yeah, do you know what they're doing? They're checking that Ty passed the concussion check.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Exactly
yes,
what it was.
before he goes in.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. And actually, you can't be too careful.
Yeah.
I fully support a thorough check in that instance.
Checked it.
Yeah.
So 6 minutes left on the clock. So Rebels take over. 6 minutes left. 1st and 10. Rebels back out. Ball goes to
Breaks the first tackle, doesn't break the second.
Jeter with a good catch for about 7 yards. William Jeter, not one I've come across before. He's seems to be a new player on the Rebels roster this year, but he's a good player.
Yeah.
I think another American. The Joys have been in Dublin. 6 minutes, yeah. So 2nd and 3. Ty Henry calling an audible here to his receivers on the close side. Looking like a pass play. Ty drops back.
Going deep.
Ball over the top to Greg Johnson. Caught! And tackled there by Kieran O'Connell. But Greg Johnson with a 20-yard catch brings up Rebels' first down. Flips the field. Brings them into UCD territory. So we got about 5.5 minutes left in the game. Let's see that back. Ty Henry, cool as a cucumber. Drops back. Looks at Greg Johnson on the far side and hits him on the post play. Great catch by Greg. Good coverage by Kieran to get the stop straight after the catch. Okay, so 1st and 10. Ball goes from Ty to Dave King. And caught by Dave King, tackled for a 5-yard gain. Austin Clem with the tackle for UCD. Rebels starting to roll here. Conditions have dried up as well. So about 5 minutes left here in this 4th quarter. Shamrock Bowl 35 here in MTU Stadium. Ty Henry, the Rebels QB, driving the field here. Pressure's on to get a score. UCD up by 2 points. Big Brit by UCD. He looks at Jeter. Jeter makes the catch, breaks one tackle. And great play by Jeter. He looks like he's got about 2 yards gain.
Yeah,
short of the first down.
Really looking dangerous out there as well. I mean, he seems to be very jittery enough, as in he looks like he's going one way and then he goes back in the other way, and he's nearly always beating the first defender.
So this brings up 3rd and 2. Henry looks deep over the top, a corner route to Dave King. He's caught. That's a touchdown, Rebels! That's flag on the play. Flag on the play. I think that's going to be roughing the passer on UCD. That's going to be touchdown, Rebels. Ty Henry with that corner route over to Dave King. That's what they scored in the first half, down into the other end zone, and he's hit that same route over the top again. Dave King beats Brian Bodrick over the top. Let's see it here. Noah Young just loses sight of him. King gets past and sneaks into the end zone. Great drive there by Ty Henry. I'd almost say the only thing was that they kind of scored too fast. Like they've given UCD about 4 minutes left in the clock.
Yep.
But listen, they're up, they're scoring. They'll take a lead over a not lead.
Yeah.
So Rebels 38, UCD 34. 2-point conversion to come.
I just think the maturity that we're seeing from Dave King, he's really after coming into his vet energy there, because out of everyone, I think he has responded so well to the situation here and so well to the stage that is the Shamrock Bowl.
Massive play. Okay, 2-point conversion to come. Rebels with a 4-point lead now. This will take it up to a touchdown. He looks at King again. King caught.
Comes down with it.
And that's good. Huge play. Dave King with 2 massive plays there on the drive. Gets the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. Gives UCD a 6-point lead. So Dublin Rebels 40, UCD 36. We got about 4 minutes left on the clock. This is what it is all about. UCD got to drive back down here and get a score, or the Rebels win the Shamrock Bowl.
Massive 2 points from Dave King there, massive. This just puts UCD now into a situation where they don't want to be, because it's a 2-score game with maybe 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, about 4 minutes,
4.
And they got to get down and get a touchdown, so they can't kick a field goal. It's touchdown or bust here for Aaron Mooney.
Oh, I can't count. Yeah, exactly. My counting was way off. Apologies, guys. I don't know what score I was looking at.
Maths is not our strong point.
No. We don't maths so good.
Okay, so Lawler back into return. Lawler and Madison. Pete the Heat. They're due a big break on the returns.
Yeah, somebody is.
Yeah. Tequila. UCD kick deep, kick into Madison. Caught. And he's coming back on the return. He's got a seam there. And big tackle there by Andre Barleva, the veteran coach, making a big play on special teams. And now we have the championship drive. About 3.5 minutes left to go in the quarter. Aaron Mooney under centre. UCD driving to win a Shamrock Bowl. Can they do the two-peat? That Dublin Rebels defence is formidable. Ty Henry back in at linebacker. Kenny McCarthy back in there. Conrad Cook. It's all to play for, lads.
The Rebels, I mean, you really have to say they are giving it everything today. Absolutely everything. So
we got a trips bunch formation on the right-hand side of the field. I'm expecting a screenplay to Tom Donovan here on the far side. Mooney takes a snap, gives to McVeigh, and a big play there by Raheem Morris.
He fights for
Jordan Raheem, sorry, not Raheem Morris. Raheem Morris is the Buccaneers head coach. Jordan Raheem
fights for that one yard on that play, but I mean, at this point, you fight for everything in a bowl, you know.
And then trips left formation here. McVeigh still beside Mooney here in the backfield, calling a quick audible. Rebels safeties are backing off, way off. They're really respecting that deep ball. Picked off by the Rebels. Jordan Cruz, and he's knocked down over the sideline. But that was a big play there by the Rebels defense. Joseph Kraus with a pick, and that essentially has iced the game. Rebels need to run the clock off here, but they got a touchdown lead. About 3 minutes left in the match. It's looking all Rebels here. UCD do have timeouts. They can't lose the head, but Rebels are just going to put it up the jumper, run some clock off. And that was the Rebels had kind of two safeties deep back. That deep ball was not on. They just sat back, watched Aaron Mooney's eyes, and then picked the ball off. Great play by Jordan Kraus. You watch it here. Kraus makes a fantastic break in the ball. Ball was a deep ball over to Pete Matheson, but Kraus read it all the way and picked the ball off. So first down Rebels. They got a 6-point lead. 3 minutes left in the game. It's going to be a heavy dose of run plays. Ty Henry up the middle. UCD need to make a play on the ball, force that fumble out. Ty in the shotgun. QB draw. And tackled by Brandon Atwell.
Just a very tough situation to be in now for UCD, because you can't. What do? You have to commit to the run, or
yeah, they're really going to have to just burn timeouts. Keep the run game bottled up, but that leaves the ball over the top kind of as an option. They don't really have much of a choice but to stop the run, because the Rebels should run the ball here, but you never know with Ty. But yeah, we'll let you know once there's a 2-minute warning. We just got over 2 minutes left. Rebels 6 points up. Sean Leamy in the backfield. Ty Henry drops back in the pass, and
looking like a false start there. I think it is, false start Rebels on that one.
Flag, false start on the offense. So ball's coming back 5 yards. Repeat second down.
You know, it's funny because before this game, we'd all said, we think the Rebels will win it. And then at halftime, we'd all lost faith. And now they're proving to us why we shouldn't have, So
that's just the danger of making any predictions. Just we've lesson learned, Kelly, is just don't predict anything.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So 2nd and 13. Rain is back again. So it's going to make that ball slippy.
I have a time update. We're at 2:40 and
tackle there, big sack. UCD making a big play on D. Kieran Egan off the edge from D tackle. Sacks Ty Henry for about a 9-yard loss. That brings up 3rd and 20. So that's the 2-minute warning. So we've got exactly 2 minutes left on the clock here. So 2 minutes left in the clock. 3rd and 20 here. Big play now needed from the UCD defense. Essentially, the Rebels are going to have to throw the ball deep here, I think, to get the first down. Although Lorraine is back, so it may just be a run. I think UCD are going to get another shot at this.
Oh yeah, it's looking like it now. And I have someone that's sending me in some time updates. Just especially as we come into this 2-minute warning, just bear with me. I think our updates will be maybe 10 maybe 15 seconds off because there's a small signal delay, but we will try to keep that updated as this final 2 minutes plays out.
Okay, so Rebels here taking over on 3rd down.
And I think that's encroachment.
It looks like an
no,
encroachment
it's looking like false start. False start called on that.
Smart play out of Ty, go on the hard count to try and get UCD to jump offside.
Yeah, very smart.
5 yards.
Yeah, but it just didn't. Yeah, it just didn't work on that one. And that'll be a shame now because that was prime for a free play on that.
Yeah. UCD are actually making great yardage on their defense.
They are actually, yeah.
They made more yards in their defense than their last offensive drive. So yeah, but yeah, time obviously is a factor here. They're going to have to play the clock and get the ball back. So 3rd and about 30. Third down. Ty takes a snap. QB draw.
Himself.
Breaks one tackle and gets taken down there around the halfway line. And it's going to be a timeout. Timeout UCD.
Yeah.
So fourth down. UCD are going to get the ball back with about 2 minutes left in the quarter. Whew. This is what they call in the business squeaky bum time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I'm UCD, I'm not complaining about that situation, to be totally honest.
Great stop out of UCD defense. They really kind of stepped up when they needed to, got the ball back for the offense. It's just going to be really tough to drive the length of the field here with such little time. I think they've taken 2 of their timeouts or 1 of their timeouts. So they have less than their max. They're just going to have to play the clock, play the sidelines, and just play smart football. But yeah, Rebels in control here. Rebels going to punt UCD into the corner, and Cian Lawler back to return. Again, you can probably see that rain has come back, so a bit of a downpour here at the moment. So the snap to punt connection is going to have to be good. And UCD lining up here like they're going to send the house on a block. Ball goes back, kicked by the Rebels. Not too deep. Lawler decides not to pick it up. Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
That was an outrageous decision there by Cian Lawler.
Oh, I got very nervous. Very, very nervous there.
An absolutely outrageous decision. But I think UCD kept the ball there. There was a flag in the play. UCD managed to pick it up, number 35. Owen McMahon with potential championship saving play there, getting the ball, fumble return on that punt. McMahon obviously he's a standout cornerback last year's Shamrock Bowl. So here's the punt. Lawler goes back. For some reason tries to pick it up, and McMahon gets down and recovers the fumble. Great play, great heads up play there by Owen McMahon. Okay, so
here we go.
This is probably the final drive of the game. Likely less than.
Okay, we have 1:57.
1 minute 37 seconds left in the game. So UCD have a minute and a half. Yeah. A minute and a half, and they've got 1 timeout left.